It's a snack. Does it look like dinner? Hello. Boy, my foot hurts something fierce. I wish I understood what this mass in my right foot was, but I don't. I just know that when I push on it, it hurts very badly, and I effectively have to wear my slides so that I can adjust the weight off my toes. The time is now 4:05, namely because I chose to sleep in. Because yet again, the coughing kept me awake. But I have things to do later. I will be streaming on X, going through content, and forcing myself to watch bad television shows and bad movies. However, for the time being, let's talk High Guard.
High Guard is here, and High Guard is forever.
Welcome to High Guard.
It is a game that will last forever, a game whose popularity will never fade. Unlike Concord, which shut down 2 weeks after it came out. This Concord, nah. This High Guard, they already have a year-long plan for this game, so it's going to be out for at least a month before they take this down.
Boy, there are so many things wrong with that. So, you have a game plan coursed throughout the year with features and gameplays and modes that instead of a shadow drop or an early access path, you chose to go for a full release schedule with additional we'll add it and patch it in afterwards. Very obviously, this is meant to attract the people who would want to have hero shooters as a general appeal, because High Guard, Overwatch. You wanted the hero shooter genre, and that wasn't going to happen. Mainly because Marvel Rivals, but if Rivals didn't exist, you still wouldn't have pulled these members of the audience.
Listen, the problem with Concord was that it was $40. Gamers don't want to pay $40 for a super generic multiplayer shooter these days, except for Arc Raiders, which sold 10 billion copies in Battlefield.
Pause. That's not even the full story. It's not that they paid the money because they don't want to pay for this thing, except they paid for this thing. It's that they paid for Arc Raiders because it was another game following up from Embark. They made the hyper-competitive The Finals, then they made a super casual Tarkov clone in the form of Arc Raiders. Except that calling it a Tarkov clone is inaccurate. It's a hyper-casual extraction shooter with PvP elements. Some people think that means that it automatically becomes a battle royale, ergo thanks for the free augment. But it's not. It was always meant to be a casual experience of the deep willy of old school RuneScape. Play with your friends, play content off camera, play content off stream, play chill on stream, get to know people, hang out in lobbies, work together, go home with your loot. People willing to pay this because it was a new game, not necessarily because they created a format of it. And then that's not even addressing all of the bugs and all the exploits. Of course, that's not what people care about. They care about the narrative. I digress.
Battlefield 6 sold 6 trillion copies, and that was $60 actually.
A game that was released on a schedule, a game that was released with polish. Why wouldn't people want to buy that? But Carl, isn't this a part of his point? It's donkey. Everything's a joke until it's not a joke.
The problem with Concord was simple. It was too much like Marvel, and it was too much like Overwatch. But then a month later, the biggest game was Marvel Rivals, which was just Overwatch with Marvel characters. So the problem with Concord was nobody likes Concord. With High Guard, they're messing up again. Internet already figured this out. High Guard is just Overwatch. See what they did? Except this Overwatch has horses, like paladins. Remember that is a game? And Overwatch 2 is a game too. Remember that is a game? But Jeff said this was gonna be really good.
I've played it, and after you see this, it is insanely fun to see, fun to play, as you saw in that trailer.
Oh.
Argumentatively, I don't think so. But don't take my word for it. See with your face and know with your eyes.
Okay? And he doesn't just say that about every game that comes out. Well, actually...
Except he says it about almost every other game that comes out because he wants the industry to listen to him. Because he has long since sold himself up the river to get butt-fucked by Hollywood in exchange for money and tutorials and access and media conglomeracy. Ho's gonna hoe.
He does, though. He literally says that every game will be good.
What you're about to see is running completely in real time and Unreal. And I cannot wait to play it.
So let's play this High Court and see why this game is so highly regarded before they take it down tomorrow. Whoa! High Guard Episode 1? Wait, this is just Episode 1?
Welcome to High Guard.
Welcome to Headwall. Let's get
I thought this was High Guard. Did I get the wrong game again? Is this a Concord scenario? Oh, let's check out the water. Let's check out how AAA this is. Oh,
I think the argument about you can't see a reflection in the water is very, very poor. Ultimately, I don't care about these things. Most players don't care about these things because they're going to jack their fucking ratios and resolutions all the way down to competitive settings so they can try to get an unfair advantage, which was already done in Arc Raiders. What a quality game that was, huh? When you run out of things to do, you start looking for things like navel gazing at the floor to see your reflection. I don't think it's really meaningful because graphical fidelity has never been the concern. It's whether or not I'm entertained with the game loop. But what do I know? I'm just some dumb chud.
huh. So no interaction whatsoever with the water at all. I don't have any kind of reflection in the water. I don't know what that white orb is. I don't know what that is going off of.
I'm Trader Flynn. Just call me Flynn. First step's just ahead. See what you're made of.
All right, Flynn.
Whoa, back later.
Wait, what happened? What is this? Why did you... Wait, I want to shoot these birds. Can you shoot the birds?
Why would you need to shoot the birds? Why would you even attempt to shoot the merchant? Because players do things. So why didn't he shoot the cat? The fat, ugly cat on the desk. Reasons, Carl. Is this something that's wrong with High Guard, or is this a metastasization of the Reddit "Can you pet the dog" meme? If you shoot the salesperson, should he automatically execute you? Send you back to base? I don't know what he necessarily wants here. But, okay.
I don't know, man. I don't know about this High Guard, man. Could you shoot the birds in Concord? I could never installed, actually.
So once you're out there, you'll find good weapons.
Oh, sure, it's a Fortnite situation.
Watch it, buddy. I don't appreciate that.
No?
Friendly fire.
It's high noon.
It's dangerous out there. Folks like us don't quite go away, now do we? Let's see what power you've really got. I'll meet you over there.
Okay.
I'm out of here.
That's the blue one.
Are you sure? That's the red one.
Heads up, Warden. Sorry about this.
So, putting items inside of red and blue crates and telling you about them inside of the tutorial, just like with all the people who were trying to meme on the game to talk about its voiced dialogue, I think that was a short-sighted choice to do. We obviously have more to mock than this, but it is obviously taking a fusion of a raid sim as well as taking a fusion of Apex, obviously. But then you add in the hero shooter concept and you're mixing and matching weapons that go alongside what? Base ability kits? So Apex Legends with the formulation of paladins for movement on a map that's way too big for 3-on-3, which is why they then entered 5-on-5. Don't know why that wasn't included as a particular mode. Certainly you could make an argument of saying that 3-on-3 is for ranked and 5-on-5 is for casual, but again, choices were made and decisions were made. I don't think they were made very well, but allowing the video game clown of the internet to effectively pick and choose these arguments at a speed pace, it's going to make it incentivizedly look worse than it actually is. But it is still bad in the first place. However, the backbones of making that good, it probably requires not polish, but actual focus. Why have weapon loot if you're going to already spawn them as unique characters? Shouldn't the characters have unique weapons to themselves that then express the character class? Cut that out in the middle anyways. If you have to use chests, why not have them be collective chests, where you can find upgrades next to the weapons with attachments just as much as you can find armor? Somehow you overcomplicated the Apex Legend design despite already functioning inside the universe and design of Titanfall. This doesn't make fucking sense, dude. Graphical abilities when skilling games. True. Sacrificing another bit of RAM for an extra hair on the butt cheek of your horse of the gambling game. True.
I love this part.
Hey!
Sorry about that one, mate.
Well, I did shoot this guy like 80 times already, so I guess... Training complete. You have become one of the greatest high guard players and one of the best Concord players of all time. Your connection to high guard has been...
And they got hit with an error 86. A Diablo 3 Classic. You disconnected from the server because the server realm is unstable, thus demonstrating they didn't allocate enough time for people to access the game servers, especially if this requires you to access secure boot so that they could run the game in the first place, which already shuts out the majority of people who would be playing this game because they're not going to play this game if it's not free in the first place, number one. But number two, you have to ask them to fuck with the BIOS file of their computer. No, thank you. You don't need access to that. I play games that have kernel-level anti-cheat. Kernel-level anti-cheat. But ultimately, they don't need it because they could also do the level of upkeep by just banning people based on their account access, especially through things like Steam. But kernel-level anti-cheat and de novo versus fucking with your BIOS file and potentially frying your motherboard so that you can play this dogfire. Now we good.
And lost. Yes!
Welcome to High Guard.
Who am I? My name is Boss Binker. I was one of the best Concord players. Now, the entire Concord community is migrating to this game. Literally hundreds of players. Condor? That's like Concord, kinda. Maybe I should be Condor.
Getting on my map.
So, right here, perfect case example.
The entire Concord community is migrating to this game. Literally hundreds of players. Condor? That's like Condor.
If you have these many characters available with the intention to add more in the future, why not let the weapon be on the weapon character? If you have to, let them have a unique weapon and a generic weapon that can be equipable by any character. The goal is to get faster into combat, not slower. If you're going to have the raid mode where you have to find a shield breaker to open the base in the first place, so that you can then attempt to raid them, as you fuse search and destroy with team deathmatch, why have extra steps that add more preparatory time?
Concord, kinda. Maybe I should be Condor.
Getting on my mount. Riding out.
It's good that she told me that, cause I'm playing with a blindfold on. Check out how good I am at games. I'm gonna snipe this guy while on a horse. Check this. Hold still. Hold still. I lost.
We've got baddies nearby.
Baddies, huh? You haven't even seen bad yet. Check out how bad I am at this stupid game. I can't hit anything. Is that a turbo blast? Okay, I like that. A horse turbo blast. This is like a spinning brute that just spins in circles.
Eyes up.
I gotta kill Jeff was right. Jeff was right about Mind's Eye. I'm super good at this game, so that means the game is super good. Yeah, never mind. I'm going back to Concord. No, wait, I can't.
Bad news.
We deleted High Guard. Check this.
Here we go.
So then you have the combination of team deathmatch play, where they're trying to raid, and then you have the actual raid, where you need to place bombs on 2 out of 3 points. It's not an actual proper search and destroy feature where disabling the bomb stops the raid. No, it's just force the bombs on it, attempt to defend it. And then obviously have powers that give you the ability to immediately go to the siege point, so you can attempt to defend it inside your base. Obviously this is an infiltration character that's using a type of teleportation system to deliver themselves and their team directly to the area. Why even have the steps before it? Why fuse those 3 types of gameplay together to create this? Questionable.
Reloading. Picking up some baddies.
Oh no! Man, I'm so good at this. I love Jeff and High Guard and Discord. And I love Mind's Eye and Arc Raiders and Smeagol. Oh. Jeff, you just lost one of your biggest fans.
Are there Tugans? Is there a Tugans show?
There's Condor as a character.
Alright. No!
My connection to High Guard has been
I
lost.
just got kicked out!
Well, no, I actually booted you guys out so I could play.
It can only have 3 players on it once.
Secure boot disabled. Please enable and restart game. What the fuck does that mean?
You gotta go into your BIOS.
I have to go into my computer's BIOS?
Yeah, you gotta do something in the BIOS to start
You
secure
have to
boot.
put secure boot on your BIOS.
No, is this a troll? Is this a troll that's
No,
happening
it's
to me?
real. Yeah, you gotta enable the high
Oh
guard
my
setting.
God.
Just like look up how to enable secure boot and just follow the directions.
But it's different depending on what company makes your motherboard.
I don't know who.
That alone should be an automatic fail for the game. Because they're normies, and normies are going to not understand technological shit. Most of them probably didn't put their computer together, and those that did, they put it together so they wouldn't have to do things like this. If the game is asking this of them, and they're not a developer, why are they doing it?
Who makes my motherboard?
Might have been Jeff. Open your computer and there should be a chip on your motherboard and it says High Guard mode and switch that to high.
I'm reading a fucking manual on how I do this first.
Oh, you get War Chest. It's like a Counter-Strike.
Alright, I'm starting the training grounds. I'm starting the training grounds.
The first one's on us. Welcome to High Guard.
Welcome to High Guard.
Alright, just do the training mode. Do the training mode.
I already did. I already completed the training.
How'd you do that?
I'm already spending money.
You didn't even play a match yet.
I did. I played 1 match. Now I'm spending a ton of money. Beast Lord. Beast Lord. $1,800. Gotta go for it.
Mr. B.
Cosmetics that don't matter. Pretty much basic salt of the earth. None of that's worth any value. None of it.
Beast?
Naked Beast Lord.
What is this, like a battle royale or?
It's like 3v3 Concord Strike.
No, don't get legendary skins. That sounds like a lot of money.
The horse bows, Fluff. The horse bows. I gotta go for it. $100.
Alright, wait a minute.
$100.
That's 100 well spent. Not gonna lie.
I just went through the annals of my fucking computer and I don't know what I did. I think I did something really bad.
Wait, recommended? I'm gonna go against the grain and pick the King's Lair. That looks
That's
like
not
Tatooine.
recommended.
I don't care anymore.
Look, you stopped caring a long time ago.
And then you have different maps as well. Bad enough that you have different characters. Bad enough that you have fusion game modes. But then you have a rotation of maps you have to pick through. Like fucking COD. Certainly it existed in Counter-Strike, but at least Counter-Strike had a simplistic design. Certainly you have different maps inside of other games as well. Fragpunk, Valorant, obviously the rotations of Apex Legends. But I think you should just start with 1 map. 2 maps, most. 2 maps at most. So that people can get adjusted to the actual gameplay feature. But okay. Alright.
The bad guy?
It's certainly not even close to Heroes of the Storm. Because I think that the problem that you really have here is that if you're going to make something like High Guard, and you're going to try to make it in the tone of Overwatch, you have to take advice from Heroes of the Storm. Every map needs to have a different gimmick. So it has a different fun, engaging loop that allows people to get invested into the gameplay mode without having to focus hard on their aims and their mechanics. That's my opinion.
You guys are called baddies.
Okay, Betty's here. Betty's here.
There's a baddie. Baddie by the street.
One down.
Baddie
One
down,
down.
baddie down. I'm dead.
Oh my god, goody down.
Oh, baddie. That's a baddie. I'm moving in on this baddie. I'm out of the play area. I left the play area.
What the fuck did you do?
I think I'm turning from a goodie into a baddie. There's 3 different types of money. There's silver money, purple money, and then Keely coin. Keely coin gets you like the best stuff. Ooh, just got a dwizzle kill, baby. Jeff just sent me 7 Keely coins in the mail. Oh, I shot him up the horse. I'm like a high guardian of the galaxy.
This is seeming like the game of the millennium.
It's like the best game that's coming out today. Oh, I just guarded something way up high on the map. Can I get some coin, Jeff?
I have the shield breaker.
I got the Jeff Slayer. My horse is shot. Flup, help.
Grenade out.
Flup, save me.
I'm guarding. What the fuck am I doing?
Did you not attend Jeff's lecture about this, Fluffy?
Why am I waving?
Why is your horse sliding like that too?
Oh yeah, that's good. That's a good feature that Jeff left it in there for us.
Nice drink.
Paladin. It's like Paladins. Vanguard. It's like Vanguard and High Guard and Con Guard.
Jason, I don't like this game. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think this is the worst game I've ever played in my life.
Flop, it's still episode 1. Episode 2 is where Jeff unleashes the full power of the Keely coin. That's when the game starts getting good. Flop, you were right. Jeff sucks.
Jeff, I trusted you.
This is a 60-hour shootout. Jeff Keely is the Kojima of video games.
This is a piece of shit game. This is a piece of
No,
shit
wait.
game.
Wait. It's really
Shit
good. It's
game.
actually really good.
Shit. I just got kicked.
It's because you keep talking crap on this game, Flip. Except I got kicked too. Jeff Keely's a bitch.
This the best you got, Jeff Keely? Jeff, I will lay down my life for Jeff.
Wait, I'm unlocking the battle sister.
Don't buy the battle
You
sister.
can't stop me, Flip.
Don't get the battle sister.
I'm getting
Don't.
it, Flip.
Don't.
Too late. Battle sister unlocked, Flip. Thanks, Jeff.
Laughing like that.
Thanks, Jeff.
Stop taking my money and saying thanks, Jeff. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Jeff, thanks.
Taking my fucking money and saying thanks, Jeff. Wait, look at this.
Gear.
Till next
Turn
time.
around.
Best of luck now.
We have a clan called Jeff Soldiers.
Jeff's army.
Keely's Angels.
I hate Fenty Fed.
Oh my god, that should have been a kill. I should have been promoted to top Jeff. The game just said I'm a bad bitch. What does that
Let me
mean?
go on it.
High guard, high guard, high guard, high guard, high guard, high guard, high guard,
Killed him.
high guard, high guard, high guard.
They hit us hard.
Killed him.
Good kill, good game. Check this out. Zipline gun. I broke every bone in my body. I should have never tried to have fun in High Guard.
This game is literally the worst piece of shit I've ever played in my life. Not gonna lie.
What would you give it out of 10?
9. 9.5.
So that was the 3-on-3 before they released the 5-on-5. Now here's what people are now saying about the 5v5. If it ever loads the fucking video.
Okay guys, so it looks like the High Guard devs listened to the community again, and we got 5v5. It's actually wild to me that within the first few days, the devs have listened to people in adding the settings for optimization, as well as making big gameplay changes like this to add an entirely new game mode. I've been having a lot of fun playing this game so far with everybody, so make sure you guys catch me live on Twitch, and follow me on here, Twitter, TikTok to keep up to date with what's going on. Make sure you guys also join the Discord to join in on some of these games. This was one of the most wild games we had of the night in the new 5v5, including one of my best clutches up to this point in the game. Make sure you guys drop a comment as to what you want to see next, and I will see you guys in stream. Alright, let's get right into the gameplay.
I didn't realize that.
Dude,
Basement.
From you in a very long time. In a Fortnite.
I was gonna say, make sure you hit those little barrels and stuff.
I just target switched to the fucking thing. That's how locked I am right now.
Enemy taken down.
I target switched to the merchant, and he's probably yelling at me because he does his voice line when you do that. Yeah, he was pissed. He was pissed. See if he'll sell me any goods after that.
So, with the 5v5 mode, it just ends up feeling like any other team shooter. Here's my take. Originally on that Tuesday, I was going to download the game and attempt to try it with other people. 1, couldn't find people. 2, didn't feel like putting in freeboot. When they brought around the 5v5 2 days ago, again, no motivation. And then 2, majority of the content effectively becomes just another team shooter. Just 5v5 this time instead of 3-on-3.
All of them are there. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Doors open. Not a bad idea to
What's
gear
up,
up.
quick?
It's no different than what you would already see on the marketplace. There have been plenty, and I mean plenty, of mold coming from particular developers. One of the concurrent takes that laminates this is legendary drops. 4K concurrent players will not sustain high guard. 100 developers with offices in Los Angeles and Seattle, I think combined salaries are averaging $1 million to operate. Game devs need to get off the West Coast. Take was deleted. There are people that don't have faith in their opinions, and they're just shitting out bad takes about high guard left and right. There are plenty of other games that have this problem, but I think the actual problem here is the concern of what this has on people who are just simply taking arguments that don't belong to them and using them free shot to try and complain about the video game at a distance. I pointed out an example of this yesterday because, of course, that's what I do. I notice things. You have Deadlocked come out of nowhere and make attacks and takes at Tim Sweeney about supporting the $900 million lawsuit on Valve, claiming that they are a monopoly. Deadlocked comes out of the woodwork, not just to shit on Highguard, but also to shit on Tim Sweeney. This account, which isn't the real supported affiliated account to Deadlocked, but instead somebody using it as a gimmick, says, would you rather eat a nice meal indoors at a table or a nice meal in a back alley on the ground surrounded by rats? Deadlocked, unlike Highguard, is actually available to be played. You have to jump through fucking hoops to do it, but it's available to be played. Whereas Deadlocked is still in early development, actively utilizing early access, and thus is experimental. Clearly labeled on the website, and the access is limited to people who have friend invites from playtesters. I have been given a playtest invite, but I do not play the game, because what's the point of playing a game that other people can't play with me? Even if I could invite people to it, why would I invite people to play a game that is not completely finished and is not even available to the public in the form of a limited demo? In the haste to shit on free targets, people forget that the gimmick that being weaponized for clout doesn't actually provide availability to them, so that they may be able to shit on the thing continued forward. Because obviously, Tim Sweeney wants to shit on people for the quote monopoly being encouraged by Valve. But actually, Nintendo, Xbox, and PlayStation take a 30% commission on DLC in-game microtransactions and digital sales of games. So the supposed monopoly that exists for Steam, which ties in with the excess of Highguard, shows that we have a propaganda problem, we have a communication problem, and we have a glaze problem. I don't think Highguard's going to be able to last. I think it's a game that needed to be put in early access, just like many of the games already out have been. And they skipped it for whatever reason they thought was important. It was a gamble that they decided to calculate for. But it certainly wasn't good. Your eye is choked to injury.
Okay, guys, so it looks like the
Low guard. Wait a minute.
After you see this trailer, I think you're going to want to as well. Welcome to High Guard.
High Guard just launched 97,000 players on Steam in day one. It's a free-to-play hero shooter from ex-Apex and Titanfall devs.
Man.
Sounds
Which doesn't mean much of anything at all.
promising, right?
Nope.
But the reviews? Mostly negative
Absolutely
and
not.
dropping fast.
Yep.
Players are already leaving in droves. Someone tagged me the other day, rewatch your Culture Killed Concord
You see this trailer.
game I made. But
That by
Concord video at 510.
Yep.
It predicted this. And honestly, sadly, it really did. In that
it
breakdown, I
always will.
talked about how aspirational characters are make or break in these games.
What she means by that, by aspirational characters, this is like a euphemism. What it means is that characters that people want to be. Like a great example of this is that if a game is really good, people are going to want to cosplay the characters from that game. Do you think anybody's going to cosplay a character from High Guard?
They will, for attention. There are people cosplaying characters from Concord. There will be people who will cosplay them again, especially if it's a meme to say, hey guys, remember this game? But in terms of actually like caring about it, no, they're not. So it really comes down to how much do you really want to bet people are actually going to care to remember? The answer is not enough. There's not enough money. There's not enough money. There's not enough investment. There's not enough of whatever the hell you need to get people on the page to want to do it in a regular fashion. Cantankerous is a word. Abusive is another.
Absolutely fucking not.
Lauren, I've shipped a lot of different
Master
game
Chief,
titles,
yeah.
like Gears at Xbox,
Geralt,
and we
exactly.
almost made that exact mistake
Jennifer, too.
ourselves on a game I made. But we didn't get caught by the bubble.
Yep.
Let's break down why High Guard is feeling like another cautionary tale.
It sucks.
Launched looked promising. There was a big peak from the Game Awards hype.
Yep.
There was crossplay on PC
Everybody
and
was happy.
PlayStation and Xbox.
Wow.
You had
New
solid
game.
team pedigree. Early buzz was there. People were genuinely curious about the raid loot PvP twist.
I don't think that people are genuinely curious. I think that they had an impossible mountain to climb. Everybody had already made up their mind 3 seconds into the trailer that the game was bad. Like, whenever you have a bad first impression like that, I'm pretty sure you're cooked. That's it.
Every developer would love that kind of day one spike.
Yeah.
But just a few days later, live players have dropped over 85 to 90% from the
So far.
97,249 peak.
Where do you guys
Now
think
they're
it's going to be
sitting
in 2
around
weeks?
10 or 11K concurrent on Steam, and the reviews remain mostly negative. Complaints range from bland, generic
It went
characters
all the way down to under 4,000 players already.
with no personality or hook, to slow 3v3 pacing on huge maps, and there are a lot of performance bugs that are killing the flow.
I think also the game's pretty flat. You know, there's not really a lot that's like going on. I don't like in Apex, for example, I felt like there was a lot of nuance and context to the game with like the way that you would move, with the way that you would get different gear, you could use different attachments. Like there was a lot more to it.
I disagree highly because it's very flat in the stated nature of Apex. Because battle royales have to be flat in this design because the base loop is to kill people. How you kill them is what creates the difference. So the level of engagement and the powers is what makes it actually feel complete and whole. When a character is behind and bad, they are very behind and bad. When a character or a type of squad run is good, it becomes meta-breaking and meta-defining. In this, you replace a lot of the better overworld movement with the movement of horses. Because you have two big zones, and those big zones are what create the flat experience. Why am I doing combat on horse? Why is my form of combat on horse the equivalent of marksman work? Why is it that I don't have characters that probably specialize in ways that I can get up on top of them on the horse that allow me to comprehend them off the horse? And vice versa. A leap strike, a leap engage, a CC lock engage, a DPS plunge. Things that allow for people to utilize both forms of movement, but obviously less for I'm always on my horse and that's how I kill people. Unless, of course, you're going to give them that, which, by all means, surprise me. But more like I get off the horse dynamically so that I'm able to go fight unexpectedly to take my opponent by surprise. What contributes to the flat nature of it is that you're just gunning. You're pointing your fucking hit scan and or projectile scan gun in the direction of the enemy and you're holding down left click until they die. Accuracy be damned.
Look, free-to-play PvP is a crowded space.
Yeah.
You have to keep players engaged because retention is revenue. Miss it? Game over.
That's right.
Characters. Creating inspirational characters that people want to play.
Like
this is really
Mercy.
critical to the game. I know because we had this exact problem on Gotham City Imposters.
Let's get that blindfold off you.
Yeah, of course.
Welcome to Bats HQ, initiate.
That was a clip from my Culture Killed Concord video. The Gotham team was extremely talented and had great pedigree too.
Yep.
This isn't easy to get right, but it's imperative with this kind of game. Players want aspirational characters, heroes you crave to be.
Yeah, people, obviously, this is, the thing is that this is such an obvious reality that anybody who's denying this or ignoring it or anything else is just out of their mind. Again, I think that the cosplay benchmark is so effective. If people don't even want to cosplay your characters, the odds are that your characters kind of suck. If nobody wants to be these characters, then why would anybody want to play them?
Style and vibe that hooks instantly.
Think about it.
Concord missed it, and Highguard's TGA trailer echoed it. So how did this happen? Well, first you had massive hype from the Game Awards announcement.
True.
Jeff loved this game. He played it early and hyped it hard. But the grand finale spot amplified expectations.
I don't know, like, Jeff, I don't know what he's thinking.
He was so excited that he gave them the slot for free.
Jeff.
Unfortunately, it appears that Jeff's opinion and gamers aren't aligned.
Jeff's opinion was just wrong.
Regards to this game.
Jeff's taste is wrong. His opinion is irrelevant. His taste is wrong. Jeff's taste is to try and give the industry opportunities to try and impress an audience that is very much done with their shit. I ain't gotta take his opinion for nothing, because I know he doesn't play my games. If there was a path you should take, make it CSGO, Rainbow Six Siege, Warlander type game. Set up heroes, make character creator with them doing custom loadouts, make the first 5 minutes base building. Who knows what the right choice would have been? Maybe base building would have been interesting, because then that explains the purpose of a raid loop. Do you need to have a raid loop if you're just going to be raiding a pre-generated base? No. So why not immediately head out and then find weapons in between?
It was just
and his
wrong.
help might have actually hurt them. This is a highly competitive game space.
Sure.
You need killer characters, great marketing hooks on day one.
Yep.
But having a hype machine, it can inflate those peaks and expose the flaws even faster. This game set itself up to feel like...
I think that really, I feel like if Jeff didn't put it out there with a huge amount of people watching it, I think that honestly the result would have been that nobody basically played it or cared about it at all. I think that it would have had probably even lower player numbers. It just wouldn't have started at 100,000. But the game getting promoted that much, I think it got a lot of people talking about it.
Another Concord. Wildlight was trying to pull off an
16 on 16 might be ambitious, but I think you have to start big and see how far you can bloat it before it feels overcrowded. 5 on 5, I think, is too little. I honestly feel like it should be 6 on 6, but if you're going to go as high as 16 on 16, well, you're going to have to create roles. You're going to have to create roles, both on attack and defense. Wonder what that would look like. Because they don't even have enough characters for 16 on 16. Unless, of course, you have copies of characters. But then again, the year plan.
An Apex Legends style shadow drop where you have no big pre-launch beta or testing for the public. You just drop it and let it speak for itself.
Yep, exactly.
And the strategy worked magic for Apex back in 2019.
That was insane.
Because Apex had longevity already coming from the Titanfall franchise and with people putting a lot of investment into it. We have here a team that wanted to do a shadow drop that didn't even want to utilize the purposes of early access because they had an idea of how the industry ought to be instead of the entire market field in which they're operating in. They didn't have a plan.
Respawn had around 300 people grinding out internal tests, and it was backed by EA's massive 9,500 employee machine.
Well, it was also just a much better game.
Hundreds of dedicated QA testers who hammered out bugs and polished those aspirational legends before launch.
100%.
More eyes means more input, and that means issues like forgettable characters or performance hiccups get flagged and fixed. Highguard, just 100 devs at a self-publishing indie.
It's not that many,
no
actually.
EA scale safety
surprised.
net, no public beta, only a tiny press influencer hands-on days before drop.
Wow.
Shadow dropping without that testing depth was already super risky in today's market.
I think that it really wasn't. I feel like if you had shown this to anybody ahead of time, like if they had shown this to me, I would have instantly said this was garbage and it's not going to work. The problem is that a lot of these devs don't actually listen to what gamers want because there's some sort of like weird impression that they have, like the average everyday gamer, which is like, I mean, really, it's just a guy, right? Your average young guy. Like it's almost like their interests are like a bad thing. So I think that's the other really big issue. Expedition 33 kills that, to be honest. 100 devs, anyway. Yeah, I mean, it's not that many, but you're right, obviously. And I feel like Expedition 33 was a little bit more involved than Highguard was, right? Just a little bit.
But they're also different genres, so what the fuck does that actually mean, Zach?
So, in general, I don't really think there's anything more to it other than that, right? Is that, like, they didn't ask the right people. And until people actually start asking real players what they want, you're going to keep getting bad answers.
But they didn't even try asking players is the problem here. Even if you want to put it in the context of they were told before, they actively didn't care. Actively. That active lack of care leads to a lot of problems. A lot more than some people might think they might deserve. However, if we're looking at this as a demographic problem, the demographic of the marketplace that would play Highguard told them, we want something that is Apex, we want something that is from these franchises, we want something that plays like this, we want something that plays like this. And what the marketplace did is that it gave them something that was entirely not that, and told them they have to open up their BIOS in order to play it. Do you even have to evocate? Do you even have to evocate Sandfall? You don't.
Even without the Game Awards hype on top. And look, the market has changed since Apex launched. Back in 2019, Battle Royale was still relatively fresh. Players had fewer high-quality, free options competing for their time.
Except that while you're saying this, you're showing what apparently should be a skin of the disco characters in Rivals, which is a hero shooter. Yes, Battle Royale was new. You had things like Battle Right trying to jump into the genre. You had Titanforge / Hi-Rez trying to jump into the genre with their fucking game. But it was very much solidified that the king of that at that time was Fortnite and nobody else. PUBG had gone the way of the dodo, or technically lost its popularity. People went towards the simpler game. Games like Radical Heights had already gone, failed, and embarrassed the likes and makers of Boss Key Productions and its head, Clifford Blazinski.
Apex Legends was perfect for its time because it a lot of people didn't like, they loved Fortnite for how well it played, but they didn't like that it was like a cartoony game. So Apex Legends came in, and it was an incredibly well-playing game that ran pretty well, and it also didn't have a cartoon theme to it. It was the perfect game for that time.
And then it became cartoony as fuck with the plot and the timelines, and the character involvements, and the character engagements, and the crossover, and everything else, too. It became bloated for information, which is why people pivoted away and went to hero shooters. Because guess what I don't have to do inside of a hero shooter? Collect loot. My abilities, my skills, my entire kit is right there. Load it up, set it up, use it. Boom. Done. And then, of course, you know, hackers, and a the studio that doesn't respect its consumers, and corporate greed on battle passes, and changing the entire system of how people can afford those battle passes to try and nickel and dime them for more money. The same thing that you did to the Ultimate Pass and that you did to getting it day one in Game Pass, you did to that game. And that's why that game is dead.
Today, gamers are drowning in choices.
Yeah, there's so many games.
Apex is...
Like, there's so many games, but 90% of them are dog shit. Like, this argument has always been bad. There's so many games, but 90% of them are dog shit. Or I should say, 40% of them are actual abandonware, shovelware, vaporware, ransomware, or abandonware. Another 50% of them in that 90 are mid. They're passable. They're playable. What elevates them to a truly good experience is having a group. But you're not always going to have people around in which to play with consistently on a regular scheduled basis. If you do, you're one of the lucky ones. Carl said, looking into the camera and thinking of Lenore. And then for the last 10%, you need to sort through that content, either by word of mouth or by learning about what's good. And unfortunately, people are gatekeeping those games more than ever.
Is still strong. Valorant, Marvel Rivals, Overwatch 2, Arc Raiders with its constant updates. Everyone's got a go-to game they're already invested in.
That's right.
And there's also then the forever games that already existed, of course.
Right.
They also have less patience to try something new. They'll download, play 20 to 30 minutes, and if the characters don't grab them, if the pacing feels off, if there's any bug or friction, they're back to their main game in seconds.
Exactly. That's the problem, is a lot of people think that getting involved with a game, like they almost view it as like, you have to earn being able to play this game. But I actually think that's a super toxic mindset. I think the truth is that a lot of these games are, if you have friction at the beginning of your game and your game isn't fun to play right from the beginning, you have a bad game. That's it. You straight up just have a bad game.
They evaluate extremely quick.
I think it's a caveat of extra actual loops that are a part of the problem. As if Arc Raiders isn't just a battle royale with monsters to farm. Well, see, that's what it's developed itself into. Axel Crusher. Like, it became a battle royale with monsters to farm because players refused to actually play with the original concept. They're not trying to get to a point where they can be able to hunt the world bosses and work together to gain loot as a group and then go home. They get to a point where they've done everything, and therefore the only thing left is to harass other players at PvP. Not win against them, not fight them, not possibly take their loot and attack them, but you have to make culture out of them. No one has anybody worse to blame than the Burnt Peanut and his ilk, because that's what they've done to the culture of that game. And of course, you have to get deep enough in the loop for that to happen, but, you know. If you live on the front page of Reddit, what can you do? No, the problem is that people don't want to give games time and chances. They put it off. They say, I'll try it. But unless you actively sit them down and you spend time working on it, they're not really going to try it. Half the idea I had behind the project of the Base Boys was bringing together a group of people for explicitly that purpose. And the thing that I very much encountered is that people just kept giving friction because they wanted to basically do anything else. And half the reason is because there's only so much time in the day. Sitting down and doing an SMP, that takes time. Sitting down and doing matches in Helldivers still takes time and preparatory work. and skill. Eternal Return still takes time. Certainly less abrasive, because you don't have to worry about all that extra stuff, but you still have a game loop you have to learn. Every single game has a caveat of things that require you to spend time and give time. And when you're talking about the difference between your regular game where you're already perfectly set up and a new game, you have people just simply removing the opportunity to even exist, to prevent it from even happening. Because out of sight, out of mind. And certainly when the game's directionless. If the game's directionless and you don't even think the developers know what the fuck it is that they want. Because certainly the reviewers are playing the game, but they don't necessarily know what the vision is. But if the devs play the game and they can't necessarily tell what the vision is, and they're not confident in it to the point that they're asking for help, that's already your danger signs.
Now, and I think it's safe to say they're way more sensitive to overhype. One whiff of TGA finale bait or mismatched expectations, and the trust evaporates fast. Highguard sadly got the worst of both worlds. They had the shadow drop risk without the army helping them polish. Plus, Jeff's spotlight that made every flaw scream louder.
I really think that if it wasn't spotlighted at the Game Awards, I think this game could have just come out and it would have had like 1,500 concurrent players and it would have died. I honestly, I don't think that Jeff was... I think that basically Jeff amplified an outcome that was already going to occur. Like, it's not like this game would have been successful or anything else.
The biggest takeaway here is simple but powerful. You need to create a healthy feedback loop for your game.
Well, he brought it to life,
and you need it from everywhere. You need it internally from your team, externally from playtests or early access, and most importantly, from the actual players which will buy your game. Teams and even...
Well, what game are they buying? The game is free to play. If this game actually cost them money, they were never gonna fucking play this shit. Never. Never ever. They were never gonna play this shit. We shouldn't even lie to ourselves.
Media can get into their own bubble. They get focused on the vision or the cool ideas, the internal wins. But players aren't in that bubble. They're the ones who decide if it resonates. They'll tell you straight up what works and what doesn't, often in the first few minutes.
Realistically, this is where you can have some division, because you can have some people that, let's use the example of Eternal Return as we've been playing it on Thursdays, with also the inclusion of bringing people in with Golf with Your Friends, as well as Toontown Online Rewritten, and eventually Maddie Pro, right? If I'm the person who is the individual playing this content, to then bring to my audience, to then involve them in the process. For someone like Aqua, who says, you know, Carl, I'm having difficulty with ER because I'm having difficulty seeing the vision. If I'm one of the players that is supposed to be able to understand the vision enough that I can explain it to another person, then this is where you have the breaking of the chain, per se. Because now, what should be very clearly easy to pick up just with tutorials now has to be applied through praxis and actual effort and hard work. If you invite Shroud to play Highguard, and you invite me to play Highguard, and you invite two people from this chat room to play Highguard, and you add a fucking journalist like Alyssa Mercante on that other team, that 3-on-3 match might end up going the way of the dodo. Because you've got the vision of a person who knows, but he can't even get people to play his own fucking game, so what does he actually know? You have a person who knows the business industry. You've got people that are willing to give the game a chance no matter what. And then you have people who are just being pulled around by the hype, as well as a intentional contrarian. Whatever information you end up getting from that group of people is going to be based on the information they have to offer you. And some of them might just lie to you just to see if you can own the chuds.
But then this is the problem, is that the game like journalists and the other people in the industry try to send out these platitudes on social media about how gamers don't matter. I'm sorry, but if you're making video games, gamers fucking matter. And if you want to make a game that's not appealing and it doesn't really fit what people expect, you're going to have a bad time. It's just that simple.
If
It's
something
so
doesn't
obvious.
click, whether it's the characters or
Isn't
the
it
pacing
crazy?
or anything else,
Gamers are the only
you
thing
have
that
to
does matter?
believe them.
Yeah.
You have to be willing to adapt. And that's hard, especially when you've poured years into it.
They don't want to do what they
Making a great game that we love to play internally, believing in that, and then releasing it and being malleable to have that open conversation with the audience and being able to adjust.
With Concord, toxic culture made real feedback nearly impossible. For Highguard,
toxic culture is real feedback. The game exists as a piece of culture.
It's more than just existing as a piece of culture. The game exists as a microcosm in the macrocosm of the gaming culture. When you say toxic discourse made conversations about the culture impossible, what you're actually telling me is that you don't want to hear what people have to say because you don't think that what they have to say is actually important or viable. And you decided that whatever conversation could be had was not as important as you wanting to make sure that people were on the right side of the conversation. Which implores that there's a correct culture and that there's a wrong culture. Which is where you lose us, actually. If you tell me I'm engaging in the culture wrong, and actually all I've done is play your game and see if it's abusable, if there's a bug that I can exploit, if there's an opportunity that I can take against a person because there's some unknown strategy or unknown tech that has yet to be recognized by the people who made it, then you clearly don't know what gamers want, and you don't know how gamers act. Because, yes, of course I'm going to see if I can take advantage of what's available to me. Why wouldn't I? My entire goal should be to exploit the game. Do you know why? Because if I have discovered something that is game-breaking, and I tell you about it, and I say, hey, this is game-breaking. We have to fix this. This isn't good. And you say, no, it's fine. It'll be different down the road. It then becomes my job to exploit your game. So you can either realize, do you want this to be intentional? Or maybe I see something you don't. Because it's okay to say that you're wrong. It's one of those validity arguments about I play the way I want and therefore you can't tell me anything. Sounds really nice in a single player game, right? I can choose to play a character in Baldur's Gate 3 as a separate class than what they were originated as. You know, optimally speaking, you could take a character like Shadowheart. She's meant to be a trickster domain cleric. Change her to a life domain cleric. She becomes a fucking healer. Is that in tone with her character? No. But does it make her optimal? Yeah. Can it be efficient all the time? Yeah. But what if I wanted to do something crazy and use one of those new DLC classes they added after the game got its final patch for mod download support? Works really nice in that context, because I can do what I want in my game, and you can do what you want in your game. Well, it's not just is it a bug or feature type of question. It's a do you understand the culture of gaming question. The framework is this. When she says this,
to adapt. And that's hard, especially when you've poured years into it.
They don't want to do what they
Making
want.
a great game that we love to play internally, believing in that, and then releasing it and being malleable to have that open conversation with the audience and being able to adjust.
With Concord, toxic culture made real feedback nearly impossible. For Highguard,
toxic culture is real feedback.
When you say toxic culture, in terms of you want people to give you feedback to improve your game and make it better, when you talk about the intended purpose of a game's design, and you're only thinking in the perspective of this is a single player game, there are going to be millions of copies of this game, but the way that somebody plays it in their file is going to be different in yours. The idea of what you're giving people advice on becomes just one more choice in the macrocosm of the microcosm. When you're talking about the entire flow, game design, worldview, lore, and the development mouthfeel of how it feels to play it and getting access to it, you're talking about culture, and you're trying to deny the literal human experience and the connective tissue that makes up gaming as a whole. Because the feedback that they're getting from players, if they decide to label it as toxic discourse, despite the fact that toxicity is actually engagement, then you're just doing the argument of gamers are dead and they don't have to be listened to. Despite the fact that you want them to be the consumers, thus they must be your audience. Because when you start criticizing it, and you have to do so honestly, if you say my advice that is right is wrong because it sounds mean and rude, what you're actually telling me is you don't want to hear what I'm saying because you disagree with it. We don't do follow for follow, we do real content. Have pride in yourself, Lil G Mommy. You can do content. You can do it. You can react harder. It can be done. Enjoy your time in my chat. When you go out that way to decide that actually culture is when I live in a hug box and everybody agrees with my opinion and everybody thinks that my opinion is correct because I said it in a nice, accessible, safe way, that doesn't actually create real gaming culture. That doesn't create real discussion and discourse, and it doesn't create usable information that can improve it. You don't even have to use gaming as the context. Remove gaming from the system and replace it with film. If you give me nice platitudes about a student film, like Shelby Oaks, do I get advice that helps me improve who I am as a developer, who I am as a filmmaker, who I am as an editor? No! You're just stroking my ego. Put in the context of food. If I make some trash fucking food, and you lie to me and say, this is the best food I've ever eaten, am I actually improving my recipe? For market wholesale? No. If you then give me criticism saying, bro, this shit tastes like a foot, and I reject your advice, does it mean that you're automatically wrong? Because you said it tasted like a foot? Instead of saying, this was a unique taste palette that, while bizarre, will be an acquired taste for your most dedicated fans. No! You're not giving me useful advice that helps me create a better product. This idea of I must come the way the person decides my advice must be taken is itself toxic culture. Toxic positivity created by people who do not want to hear negative opinions and are not prepared to have the hard conversation. Crazy for this to happen from a developer. Even worse for it to come from the mouth of somebody who watched it happen in real time and it was too late to solve because they were already 200 million in the hole. But man, they had great weapon charms for the guns, didn't they? That was worth keeping Concord alive, right? The gun animations, the graphical fidelity on the keychain charms.
The game exists as a piece of culture. If the game does not resonate with the overarching culture, then the game will fail. It's not like the culture has to fit around the game. The game has to fit around the culture. That's
We
just
don't
the way
know the
it
full
is.
story yet, but clearly there were red flags
That's
in the
life.
trailer and early gameplay
She means
that weren't
internal
addressed
culture?
enough before ship.
Oh, okay, I
The good
understand.
news,
I didn't know
as a
that.
self-funded indie with private investment, they may have more runway.
I think in the context of even the internal company culture, you're still actually abdicating a lot of responsibility for what you're supposed to be understanding. Because effectively you're saying, well, it's not about gamers having to adhere to the culture that we think they should. It's about us building a culture that we feel that we've gained and respected. Thus we can be able to pay back this tutelage and this tutelage that is a part of the overall experience that we're trying to serve to them. If I can't see your vision, does it matter if you have 20/20 vision? If I require glasses and you can see perfectly, but you don't show me the complete concrete image, Well, what the fuck do you expect me to say next to you? Oh, that's great. There's a vision that you see that I can't. Well, can you elucidate it to me? It's still the same problem. It's kicking the can down the road, essentially. Because now it's secret knowledge. It's secret knowledge that only you have access to, that you have to disseminate to me.
And flexibility. They may have the time to listen, iterate, and pivot based on what players are actually saying. I'm rooting for them. I like talented teams, and they can absolutely come back stronger with updates.
I really find that to be unlikely. How many games come out, everybody hates it, and then, like, even leading up to the release, everybody hated it, and then it gets a lot better? It's very, very uncommon. Extremely uncommon.
Content, or even a fresh
Obviously,
direction
it'll be good,
if
though.
they stay
No Man's
open
Sky?
to the
People were
feedback
hyped for
loop.
No Man's Sky when it came down.
The lesson is
Everybody thought No
universal.
Man's Sky was gonna be good.
Listen early and often to the people who
They were just
actually play.
Nobody was
That's how you
disappointed
break
about
out
this
of the
game.
bubble and build.
Nobody playing Highguard was like, oh man, I thought this game was going to be so good. Nobody thought that. Everybody thought it was going to be garbage. That's the problem.
Something that lasts. Highguard is a live example of how fast things can shift in this space, but also a reminder that the story isn't over yet.
That's right.
That's my take. What do you think?
This is a good video. I thought I would watch.
I think that in order for Highguard to recover, you need to win over major broadcasters. But unfortunately, because I watch the content of such broadcasters like Carnage, he's given up on it. He thinks this game's done. And unfortunately, as long as that is the way that content is done, it's disseminated from on high. Maybe if Zach likes the idea, he'll end up doing it as content, which might give the game longevity as a meme, but it'll only ever be a meme. If it's treated as a gaming peculiarity and oddity, to be treated like a curio, you'll have a bunch of people who will come and act and behave in a way that it'll give you some type of experience that you can say that you enjoy, but ultimately it's just going to be something that pisses you off no matter what you fucking do. Do you feel like it's something that will be able to come over this barrier? In my opinion, I think it can't. 3-on-3 is bad. The maps are too big. 5-on-5 really doesn't seem like it's the go-to experience. The game design itself doesn't encourage levels of serious gameplay. I don't see there being a goddamn nigga. Is it a bot? It is an experience where the overall game flow itself treats it like an afterthought of content. So comparing the search and destroy feature of Fragpunk, the game loop of transformative game rules altering the playfield and the players in it, the fact that you can buy weapons, but you also have the core key skills, and that you have one life in every round. Playing well enough that you're able to deplete people's lives. You don't have so much health that one shot is a TTK unless it's a headshot from a sniper rifle. You have the ability to outplay people and play in such a way where you actually have some actual talent and skill that goes into executing plays on the map. This level of gameplay from Highguard is like taking Halo, taking Quake, and doing less work than would be acceptable for the amount of money you invested. It doesn't feel like it can come back from that, because you've already lost a lot of people's touch from Secure Boot, so that's one barrier. You already have a lot of people's problems with the opinion of its game loop, which is another one. It's going to be treated like a forever game that's online service. It's another one. The actual core gameplay loop might put people off, especially the raid part. It's 4. And then the dissenting opinions of journalists saying, oh, come on, give it a chance. That's 5. All boo-doo-boo-doom.
I've seen your name in 10 different streams.
This person is on chat roulette, spamming chat, white male. a chat spamming donos complaining about the bots on Twitch. Or excuse me, on Kick. But they're dropping spams on other people's shit. Yeah, that's a no. That's gonna be a timeout for Dave, good buddy. Don't spam people's chat room asking for follow. Be a real content creator! But ultimately, in totality, in order for Highguard to come back, in order for Highguard to pull a No Man's Sky in goodification, you're going to have to do everything that's in your battle plan and some things that aren't in your battle plan. You're going to have to do away with the idea that you can just lean on Twitch and Twitch is going to save you. Because Twitch will not save you. The modern audience will not save you. The modern gamer on Reddit will not save you. You need some people who will play your game as a niche game, as actual content and fun. Without that, you have nothing. Nothing. Because you won't be able to keep people.
Since like she's part of the she does like actual game industry stuff,
and I think ultimately,
here we go. Wait, I'll link you on the video.
Feedback, the noise, the volume is really showing that there's an interest, and that somewhere inside them people do care, and they're hopefully begging for more, and that's what the launch of the game is. It's the more. It's your chance to hands on sticks and play and for more. It's your chance to hands on sticks and play and for more.
Sorry for the echo. I don't think I agree with that statement from the developers. The noise of the discourse that was created when we started the conversation by releasing our game, and our game is the state of more. No, the game is the state of the product you're delivering. More is what you're doing on top of the platform of what was not already included in the game upon release. That's backwards thinking. Let's listen to that again without the echo.
And that somewhere inside them people do care, and they're hopefully begging for more, and that's what the launch of the game is. It's the more. It's your chance to hands on sticks and play and form your opinion.
Like, no, inherently not. The game is the game. The more is what you add to the game after its launch. We are not going to give a free-to-play game it gets better after 80/100/300 hours of gameplay time. Okay? There are better games that have been released that have now been delisted that deserve to have a 300-hour play session. We're not doing that. Yes, in a post-Cyberpunk 2077, No Man's Sky 76 Overwatch 2 world, release discourse is just nothing. Like, it is just noise. And that's mostly because it's a lot of voices crowding the field at the same time. Some of those voices have to legitimize themselves, and some of those voices are definitely not legitimate. Knowing that some of them are also shills, extra steps. Which then leads us to... I can find the goddamn post. As I have to sort through my porn. Yes, I agree. They have to put their head back down and work on it, but I don't think they want to put their head down. They want the attention. They want the smoke, but they're not ready for the fucking smokestack that's going to be created by it. But this discourse is what leads us to here. From our mutual Christina. Namely, as a response to Aftermath's post about Highguard is yet another symptom and victim. Highguard is yet another symptom. Shut up, Kick Carl! Shut up, Kick Carl! Shut up, Kick Carl! Oh. But it is a symptom of internet discourse. Of a rapidly decaying internet, they claim. written by none other than Nathan fucking Grayson. Highguard, the PvP raid shooter. Boop, bop, bada-loop, bada-leap, beedaloop, bada-loop, pow. Boom. Highguard, the PvP raid shooter with phantom horses from former Titanfall devs, is out today. Road to this point, long and grinding, albeit only in terms of how it felt to traverse, revealed at the Game Awards as One More Thing final trailer in December, it proceeded to disappear into a month-long cloud of speculation and derision. What was this generic-looking multiplayer game that dared to occupy a slot reserved in viewers' minds for Half-Life 3 or Elder Scrolls 6? Details were scant, bordering on non-existent. Rage baiters and clip farmers and X and YouTube feasted. Highguard, the narrative went, had doomed itself to being the next Concord. As of today, we finally have an answer to how a Highguard actually plays, decently enough apparently, as well as a greater understanding of how he ended up here in the first place. It didn't have to be this way, but it kind of sort of did. This right here is exactly what I mean by you then have people adding their voices to the spear that have to define whether or not they actually understand what's happening. In an online ecosystem ruled by cynics, clip farmers, and rage baiters, and built by those who seek to profit off them, Highguard never stood a chance of having a normal launch. Why are you blaming this instead of blaming the industry that you were a part of making, Nathan? Was it worth it? Was the tip on Zoe worth it? But we digress. Speaking with Kotaku, Wildlight Entertainment co-founder Chad Grenier explained that the plan since day one was to shadow drop the FPS, as it worked out for his last project, Apex Legends. But then, Keeley stepped in. Knowing him for a long time, he said, let me do something that's maybe a little bit risky in hindsight, to take a free-to-play PvP raid shooter and do something with it. We rushed the trailer together. I wish the reception had been better, but in hindsight, we made a trailer to entertain really quickly and didn't show the gameplay loop. What's unique and what's different? Here's one of your first problems. You put together a trailer to pop off and show something a part of the game. Yes, this is written by one of the guys that helped start Gamergate. That is correct, Swidwin. One of your first problems is you didn't actually show people the content in the game. You gave them an affable trailer that did nothing at all. There's your first step. Your gameplay loop wasn't demonstrated. So people had to play your game. And the first thing they realize upon trying to play your game, they have to fuck with their computer to do it. Releasing your first game as an independent, although well-funded studio, who would turn down free marketing? You should have. Especially when your game is cannonballing into a crowded genre filled with high-profile failures. In a previous era, it would have been a no-brainer, a gift horse you don't even think of looking in the mouth. But a confluence of modern and old-age factors turned the tide against Highguard. And much of the ensuing ugliness stemmed from the fact that Wildlife went radio silent following the initial Game Awards reveal, which is actually fine, because even if they had did a drip feed of content, as he then explains here, what they needed to do was finish polishing the first version of the game. We stayed silent because we knew the first time, the next time that we say anything to the audience, it better be the game and let the game speak for itself, Grenier told Kotaku. Depending on how you measure it, this ended up being a mistake. I totally understand the allure of a splashy Apex Legends like Shadow Drop, but after double backing and deciding to reveal the game shortly after release, you can't have it both ways. Almost the internet now is different than the internet of 2019. COVID transformed social media into an endless, awful conversation. Once you pop, the horrors never stop. Except that actually that's not how it works. But, okay, lie to me, Nathan Grayson. Debuting and then disengaging is an option, at least, not if you want to keep the vultures away. Recent years have only worsened this dynamic, with short-form video content taking over as the predominant mode of expression and giving rise to a generation of caustic clip farmers who yank the udder of any perceived drama of the week until it's chafed and bone dry. Then move on to the next thing and deploy the same tactic again. Highguard even got hit harder than it would have been due to the fact that, at least in games, December constituted the dead of winter, and there wasn't really a next thing for cynical, opportunist content creators to monkey bar over to. So one video became 2, then 3, then 4, and so on, which each passing week continued silent with Wildlight function as initial evidence of something being amiss. A Highguard mystery, unfortunately, read itself perfectly to SlopTuber's regular streams of video game engagement. And then, here, you decide to take a shot at Bar Dark of Dark Titan Entertainments. Hey, Nathan? Nathan? When you attack women like this, You justify the reason why people don't like game journalists. Because, you see, Nathan, the problem here is that if I can't tell what's in the game, I have to speculate, okay? Attacking VAR is not going to undo the fact that people are going to talk about it, okay? Is it undoing the fact that people are making fun of Star Trek's Starfleet Academy? Because the fact that they released the first episode free on YouTube got dwarfed by Nerdrotic in his meme stream? No, it didn't. It actually elevated the conversation, especially when it got quoted on Fox News of all places on Gutfield. Does that matter to you? Yes, it does, because you see that as a part of the internet being awful. But you see, Druckmann was the start of this. Anita was the start of this. You were the start of this. Leigh Alexander was the start of this. Do you get to say deploying the same playbook in terms of short-form content and monkey-barring over the content to drama farm when you were the part of the people who created the farm? No, you don't. You got replaced by YouTubers. So, sit back, shut the fuck up, eat the cock meat sandwich, and accept the fact that a black nerd and a redhead female woman do your job better than you. Because we actually engage in the content. Whereas you sit in the ivory tower writing articles. And then you got this shit up here saying, sign up for free. You can read my stories. How about no? How about no? And then there was the Concord of it all. While comparisons are clumsy at best, Highguard does not have a major publishing binding. For one, the facts of the situation do not matter in the modern social media landscape. True, but who made that system? You did. Feelings dictate people's response, and they are easy and algorithmically manipulated. Just not in the direction that you want them to be. The rough outline of a response, and they are easily the rough outline of a situation similar to Concord's was there, and that's all content creators needed to whip out portions of the internet into a frenzy. Game Awards in this case functioned like Sony, an institution propping up a safe-looking hero shooter that nobody asked for. So you agree that we didn't ask for this, and they just decided to give this to us, and they had no confidence in their vision. So you don't get to blame the YouTubers then. Go fuck yourself. Rage of the industry, misdirection or not, did the rest. Certainly, there is warranted fatigue around live service games emerging from AAA or in Wildlight's AAA adjacent sector. Big, more traditional video game companies want a ladle full of the pretzel stew. A Fortnite, League, and a small handful of others transforming into an infinite food supply. That instead of that, they've misused and abused once great studios to release a series of duds like the aforementioned Concord. By no means a terrible game, but something so aggressively fine that it failed to really grab anyone. Is that how you're going to define Concord? It wasn't a terrible game by itself, but it was just so aggressively bad that it failed to grab people. Are you not defining the constitution of what creates a failure? I digress. And oh my god, here comes the buzzwords. But right-wing slop-tubers have repeatedly harnessed this energy to feed their endless culture wars, claiming that diversity is the reason these games fail. More than that, they want them to fail. They approach the prospect with some types of knives-out glee. Kind of like when you had your knives out saying gamers don't matter and they don't exist and they're dead, right? Ow. Pimple on my forehead. All of it fits the narrative that even with hundreds of thousands of millions of followers, they're the brave little guys speaking truth to power in an industry of shill-happy journalists and agenda-pushing developers. Because we are! And no, you don't need to call them right-wing. There are left-wing people who do it. There are right-wing people who do it. There are apolitical people who do it. There are moderate people who do it. You're just mad that you can't own the narrative. That's all there is to it. You're just angry and mad that you don't own the narrative. So why would you have to lie about something like this? It's crazy. There you go. Get this tweet up so this is loading in the background while I continue reading. Hello, Pip. It's going to take a while for that to complete. Continuing. Within this framework, there's room to advance conspiracies. Is it a conspiracy when you actively tell us that you're trying to make games for a modern audience and ignore us? Represent the industry as a series of shadowy cabals working against the common gamer, rather than a series of out-in-the-open cabals working against everyone except themselves. As though that is not something that is actively happening all the time. Again, Haggard's prolonged period of silence, after a push from Keeley, gaming's self-appointed kingmaker, provided a perfect seedbed for those kinds of tall tales to take hold. Facing down a truly mirror's minefield, it's hard to fault Highguard's developers for opting to disengage from the engagement bait. Arguably, there's no correct way to play this. Turn down an opportunity to get millions of eyes on your games during the biggest event of the year? No shot. Spin up a whole marketing campaign where your trailer is a lax-setting effort? Basically impossible. Play whack-a-mole with conspiratorial nonsense ginned up by the usual slop-tuber subspecs? Would have almost been certainly additional fuel to the fire. Maybe good faith communication directly from developers would help put faces and names to engender trust, but there's no way to know. And the risk was obviously very high. The fact that you think that the risk was high and that you still chose not to do it anyways, instead of making what was basically, as we learned from the film, fucking fire-hot Spider-Man with extra fucking steps. You are putting a lot of trust in the totality of what a character can potentially do versus what they can actually do and try to beat the player they're fighting with all of the design expected with the game. Alas. Regardless, Highguard now finds itself positioned arguably at the starting line, albeit well ahead where others began. On one hand, you can't deny all this free publicity boosts the game's total player count, which has now cratered. It's uncommon for an indie shooter, to say the least. On the other hand, public sentiment's not great. Tech issues and performance problem are perceived worse than they otherwise would be, and every design decision has been met with doom and gloom scrutiny, despite the fact that it's day one of a game meant to have a long tail. And yet, you're excusing Secure Boot, and you're excusing the lack of content that they felt itself was good enough? Landing more credence to my assertion the internet is decayed past the point of usefulness, meanwhile, is that Guy Beam, Dr. Disrespect, a sad middle-aged man who dresses up like an even sadder middle-aged man who in 2024 confessed to appropriate DMs when a minor, blah, 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 blah. Oh my god. Lied about attending a Highguard event last week, going so far as to post an image of a fake badge, leading to outrage and controversy, followed by debunkings that, per how these things tend to work, almost certainly didn't spread as far as the initial misinformation. Oh no. Not Guy Beam. Yes, that definitely will beat the chuds. Mentioning Guy Beam, a creator that most people have ignored and moved on from. So, the journalists are blaming us, yet again. They're blaming discourse, yet again. They're blaming content and lack of content. What should they have done? Not a single bit of accountability. I didn't hear a single developer say sorry. And they haven't said sorry as a point of evidence on the holes. I'm not sure what you should do next, dude. Because if Nathan Grayson's just going to print outright lies Maybe what needs to happen is that you need to fail even harder. Let the crippling failure be so crippling that you never make the mistake of ignoring the consumer base and consumer demographic research ever again. 5, 6, 7, 8, $9 million figure to get people to look into a video game to see if it's worth their time, and you're gonna go and blame people saying actually it's your fault. That's not at all how it's gonna go. That's not at all how it should go. What do you do when the accountability isn't there? Not from the developers, not from the industry, not from the leaders, not from the reporters. What's their recourse here? It's not like by us giving you advice you're going to listen. So clearly what should happen is the beatings will continue and the player base and the player count will drop until morale improves. And until advice is adhered to, listened, observed, and not ignored. Because the ignoring of advice is why people are tuning out. Put this into context with a lot of different games that have this problem. During the time period in which Helldivers was going through its enshittification, because of all of the different problems that was holding the game back, argumentatively, at the time, before Buff Divers, into the ingoodification that occurred, you have a significant conquest that you have to go through that was mapped by people willing to see the vision to give it its chance. And for other games of its kind, you have this large ultimate contingency. I opened a box without realizing there was already a box of it on my desk. You have an ultimate contingency of product and content that is responsible for all this shit coming to a head. And you're telling me that the best you can do is to say, well, what could they have done? Could they have acted? Would they have acted? When we've seen better returns happen with less investment. Who is TTBN? Do you have a link? Can you post it in the Discord? Infinite beatings, obviously, Pip. The answer to how many beatings is infinite. The consumer demographic of gamers should never stop telling the people producing the content we don't want that we don't want this content until they finally take the advice and listen to us when we tell them what we do want. Does it mean that we're always going to be right as consumers? Not necessarily. But if the customer is always right and matters of style and taste, they have to be capable of showing us that they actually have a form of taste. And they currently do not. So beatings. Beatings. Seems like Extra Shusher knows who you're talking about. TTBN Gaming. Copy. Post. Is this the individual we're talking about? I have to assume so. Then put Ghost on it. God damn it. Let's see here. I need game devs to stop doing this. They want you afraid, don't be. I went live. TTBN Gaming in general. Welcome to TTBN Gaming, where I talk about gaming and the politics involved, in addition to gaming news and whatever I want. What does TTBN stand for?
And yeah, I'm doing a follow-up video to the mini video I was doing, all while I should be working on editing my other video. But anyways, y'all being annoying right now.
So he's one of those. What do we got here? We've got no, masculinity in gaming isn't dead or dying, and he has surface level takes. I got reacted to by Oh No It's Alex. Reacception, with a dumbass look on his face. Code Violet is exposing the grift, but it's not, because they demonstrated that they were hypocrites. He tries to fish and farm off of somebody by the name of Dr. Disaster. Hey, so they need Highguard to fail. They hate Devon Pritchard because she's a woman. Who must be the new lead of Nintendo after Bowser. Never been more confused. Reacting to Wagner knows why. Lara Croft is breaking brains again. Y'all hate consistency. Stop falling for white ring framing. Lakari is a disgusting creep. The cost of being Tectone. It is that deep. The death of curiosity. Hi, let's talk. You people need real problems. Code Vein 2 censorship and Tamagotchi wife woke. Now. I don't think I need to hear this person's opinion because I'm going to insult him to his face. We're going to save this for a later day. Okay? I'm going to save this one for a special opportunity. I know exactly what to use this for. In order to do that, I need a nigga council. I have to assemble a nigga council. And I know exactly who needs to be on it. Subjecting. No, it's content. I'm just not going to do it right now. Because I know exactly what the person's opinion is going to be from how they listed their content. Like, it's so exhaustive seeing the same takes over and over again. So, like, regardless. The time is currently 5:45. There's some politic updates from Think Before You Sleep. There's a Destiny Clipper channel that's showing up in my feed for some fucking reason. Oh, this is interesting. The beacon is lit. Niggas call for aid. More like niggas call for headassery, and I know exactly which ones I'm gonna rely on. However, I'm looking on my feed right now of what's on my page, and one of the videos I'm looking at says the problem with being a female gamer or being in the content creation space, and the thumbnail literally says, from Mr. Asshole, if the snatch ain't shaved and tuna tasting, he's dipping. Just for fun, we're going to sample this for 5 minutes.
Hi everyone, my name is the Gaming Mum. You can find me over on Twitch or on social media. On Twitch it says Gaming Mum YT. Very nice to meet you if this is our first time in meeting. Unfortunately, this is a video that I never ever thought I would have to make. But
how many times have we heard that one?
But after an incident in another stream last night, I feel like this needs to be brought attention to. Because this is not the first time I have had something like this happen to me, and I know this is a massive problem for female streamers all over. I have been streaming for nearly 3 years, and last night I nearly quit Twitch for good. So, I hope you guys have got a good cup of coffee or a good cup of tea, or maybe...
Place your bets. She, A, was harassed sexually. She, B, had somebody give her trolling comments. She, C, confronted by opinions that she said on something, had a freak out. She, D, overreacted to it, and now E, made content about it. Some of these answers are already guaranteed. Place your bets which ones are most correct.
Even a stiff drink, I know I need one. Let's get into it, shall we? Last night, I was modding in Stream's channel.
The transition was literally the fucking icon zooming forward. It's like...
I'm lead modding that. If you know me...
So I was doing some Janny work.
You more than likely know exactly which streamer this happened, whose stream this happened in. And this streamer cares about me very, very much. We are very, very close. My community knows this. And normally
they're modding a chat room with a personal friend.
Bit fun, joking around, you know, we rip the shit out of each other, whatever. You know, everything is all jokes. That's normally perfectly fine. But last night, we started. Two new people came in. Now, as streamers, we love new viewers. We absolutely do. You know, it's how we build our communities. It's how we you know, grow on Twitch. But this is where things get really strange. So first of all, you know,
this is where it got really awkward. Argumentatively, a person does not grow on Twitch. They have a base of people who are watching on Twitch that have shown a willingness to use Twitch because they use it for multiple other things as well.
Our colleagues have arrived to give you a ride
So after, there was like 2 or 3 messages before this. Now, the record, these are not direct messages straight from Twitch. The majority of the messages are exactly the same, or at least worded exactly the same, but I have removed some things like the streamer's name and stuff. So, we're gonna call this guy Mr. Arsehole. There was 2 of them. Mr. Arsehole 2 gets mentioned, but he went quiet after a little bit. And Mr. Arsehole, and he didn't actually go too far, but Mr. Arsehole here started asking questions. Random, but are you and Gaming Mum together? Fairly innocent, but already, like, my alarm bells start going off. The streamer says, no, we're both single. We're very, very close. We care about each other very, very much. We love each other.
So, you have a new chatter come into your audience, and they ask an inappropriate question of, are you and so married and or dating? And your immediate response wasn't a canned answer to either shut down the question or to gray rock a response, thus giving the opportunity prompt for them to push for further information.
Each other very much, but we both class ourselves as single. Then, at this point here, I really wish I would say it's something I very strongly believe in. I am not single. I am unavailable, right?
Why did you play a fucking loud as fuck soundboard clip in a video where I'm supposed to be understanding why you got, quote, harassed as a broadcaster? If this is something that happens often enough that you don't have an immediate response for it, why not have this be banned phrases? That when a person asks this question, they get timed out. That would automatically solve a lot of your problems for you automatically. Like, hey, Gaming Mum, are you single? That's a banned statement. Are you married? Another banned statement if they ask in a derogatory manner. But it's only banned in the sense of if it feels like it's gone too far, it should be. So, one of them automatic, the other one moderator approve. And so on, and so on, and so on.
Anyway. My first, because my alarm bells are going off, I do not want to address this directly with this person, and I say something very, very simple, very polite, that says my intentions. Please don't. That is me saying, no, I am not engaging with this. I do not want this. Do not start this. You are somebody I don't know. I'm not going to joke around with. Leave me alone.
You know what would have been more effective than typing please don't? By dismissing it. By ignoring it. Or outright telling the person, we're not talking about this. Or, lie! 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 Be a content creator. Think quick! Lie! 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 If you're not going to have a kayfabe answer, have a regimen.
He goes on, you know, because this person heard about, you know, us meeting up when we can, and that we're dating. Miss Arsehole says, oh, so you're going to give her some girth or just some straight length? I mean, we all know what he's talking about there, right?
So, the problem here is that when you got this message, and your danger signs were aware, you should have dismissed it and or found a funny, joking way to diffuse the situation. And when they then approached and said this, there should have been no further conversation, and it was just an automatic autoban. Why did you entertain this? Why did you entertain this? Final betting is in. Please cash your chips.
And then Mr. Arsehole says, for me, Mr. Arsehole 2 wants to chat to you, but only if you've got the big old titties. And I'm like, I don't want.
Please collect your chips at the door of the casino.
Want to, and then I really wish I didn't say this because I wanted to be quiet and let this play out, but for me it's automatic. I'm a mod. I'm lead mod. I'm modding this channel, and I chat all the time. When somebody says my name and talks to me in a stream, I reply. This is an automatic thing for me.
Big old belly dancer boobs. Yup. So, after they've gone beyond the pale for a normal chatter, this is where you then say, big old belly dancer titties. Not a bad response, but you're already in panic mode. What are you panicking for? Doesn't this happen all the time? Isn't it part and parcel of being a woman? Carl said flippantly into the camera, knowing very well that it's part and parcel of being a woman, but only if you are not prepared to deal with it. Choices. Decisions. Choices. Choices. Decisions. Choices. Decisions. Decisions. Choices.
Really wish I hadn't said this, but, you know, trying to keep things lighthearted, you know, just in case if it's just me that's maybe just feeling uncomfortable. So, then, now the thing is, this was the next one. I was like...
That also, too, should have been just an automatic ban. If you're not comfortable with joking with this, then it should have been an automatic ban. If you're comfortable with joking with this, because really, the terminology you use to refer to the vagina here is what makes it a bannable offense. Snatch. Coochie. Coots. Vajuji. If it's not funny, it's not worth it. This is not funny. This is just vulgar. And then they have an unrefined opinion. If the coochie ain't shaved and tuna tasting, he's dipping. This man is weak! And he is not built for the beaver winter. Banning them, timing them out, giving them a warning, anything, on top of as well as dismissing it, grey rocking, making jokes at their detriment so that they feel uncomfortable trying to continue with this recourse, demonstrating that you're not going to be creeped out and weirded. You're already giving away your power.
Like, you know, the streamer said, yep, she does have fantastic zits, she does have big zits. You know, we're laughing and joking. Both me and the streamer know this is a pair of trolls. We both know by instinct. We've been doing this a long time. And I make the comment of, okay, bye, like, and that's my hint to the streamer. I'm going quiet mode as best I can, unless I have to, but I am still here. And then I say, vanish. I literally vanish. That's me saying, I'm not involving myself in this conversation. I'm not doing it. I'm stopping.
This fucking online IRC cosplay fucking fantasy roleplay bullshit. Only the classics from the time period that invented the words like RAR XD and SMEX. Which then, they ask, what's vanish mode mean? They need to know if they're 636 double D or bigger. Otherwise, he don't want it. The problem here in this instance, however, with that choice there, Axel Crusher, is that they're saying and naming them as Mr. Asshole because they've intentionally changed the name of the user to try to protect the anonymity of the person being responded to. Which I feel is dumb because if a person's going to commit actions like this, they deserve the consequences that come with the behavior. I don't know why you try to cover the person in question, but this is the decision that they chose to make.
So guys, what vanish mode mean? Mr. Asshole 2 needs to know, is she 36 double D or bigger? If not, he doesn't want it. Well, and I believe that I didn't like make my reply there, but before like going quiet for a while, I did actually say, well, maybe I don't want you anyway. You know? Trying to keep it light-hearted and joking. And anyway, but this is where it started to get it really started to freak me out. Also, if the Snapchat shaved and tuna tasting, he's dipping. The streamers like, keep it going, keep it, like, being protective, saying that, you know, Game Mum, don't worry, I got you. You know, reminding me that he's got this. I'm like, listening, I'm just like, yeah, okay, got me, I feel safe. And then with his response of, Mr. Asshole, oh, they're so much bigger than that. I know it. I know the answer to this question. And Mr. Asshole's like, hang on, why do you know? Right? And he's like, oh shit, my guy's been getting titty pics on the regular. And I'm just like, I'm just sat here trying to not fucking throw up. What a big old dead belly dancer boobs relating to, you know, I said before that. Mr. Asshole 2 wants to face that. And then because this is an 18+ stream that we're talking about, and Mr. Asshole 2 mentioned something about, Gaming Mum, will you be my sugar mama? Because I need someone to buy me Lego sets, right? So the question was asked, you know, you guys are over 18. Mr. Asshole says, but Mr. Asshole 2 did not talk after this point. So says, I'm 94. I'm semi-broke in the care home right now. Right? Now at this point, the streamer like does his thing, goes to a different scene, try and keep the mood lighthearted, and I know he's trying to like get off the topic, but this guy is still going. Right? So
you're a moderator. He's the broadcaster. Ban them. VTuber sister in Christ. You have the power to end this immediately. You allowed it to continue going. This is the same shit that I criticize people in DevCourt for doing as moderators. They like to toy with people instead of just doing the fucking job and cutting it there. But then you can't have fun with it, Carl. This is not a question of having fun. What I would do is not what they would do. And I get that privilege because I'm male, unfortunately. But if you feel uncomfortable, which I don't know why you would, you're a digital woman on the internet, your body's not at risk. If they ask you determining personal questions, you don't have to answer. But you've already chosen to answer in the pursuit of keeping it fun. If at any point you want to pull a ripcord, the ripcord's right there. Why haven't you banned them yet? How longer do you need them to violate the rules and the civility of the broadcast with their attempt to derail and to one guy this room with stunlock or with annoyance before you just get rid of them?
There was a load of dancing and dancing to music at this point going on the stream. Did a couple of like dancing emotes to make it aware that I was still there, but I wasn't interacting, right? And then there was this question. Gaming Mum, does his dancing get you soggy or just damp? That is probably one of the grossest things I have ever fucking read. I am a lewd streamer, right? I am highly sexualized on my...
Jethro, run that back, please.
That is probably one of the grossest things I have ever fucking read. I am a lewd streamer, right?
One more time, Jethro.
That is probably one of the grossest things I have ever fucking read. I am a lewd streamer, right? I am highly sexualized on my stream.
One more time.
I am with the grossest things I have ever fucking read. I am a lewd streamer.
And with that one statement, you've lost all my sympathy. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? So you expect me to feel bad for you because you, as a person who chooses to sexualize herself on her content, are upset that you're getting antagonized by some trolls that have decided to take the energy that you gave them and the freedom that you gave them to then ask you questions about whether or not that you get soggy and or damp when you're interacting with a person that you've clearly given intonations that even if you haven't and aren't directly a partner with him or friends with benefits, that you're going to entertain this conversation in the first place. And you're going to tell me that's the worst thing that you've gotten and that's the most disgusting thing you've gotten? Something that would naturally happen as the state of being a woman? Just as bad as erections as for men? That's like a stripper at Chippendales getting mad that a woman grabbed at his ass. Certainly don't touch the merchandise. Know your role. Look but don't touch. See but don't feel. Taste but don't swallow. But what are we talking about? This is the environment that you work in. If you don't lay out the ground rules, you don't get to complain. First off, foremost, number one. Number two, The statement you just said after your indignation invalidates your anger.
Right? I am highly sexualized on my stream. Yes, absolutely I am, within terms of service. Right? We do adult jokes all the time in my stream.
So you joke about things like this, but you don't have an immediate clapback for that? I don't believe you! I don't believe you! I don't believe you! I don't believe you!
You don't fucking ask any woman that. Like, what the fuck?
Did you lay down the ground rules to make sure that was clear? No. Did you ban them immediately for this?
And then the streamer finished his dance segment, right? And by the way, you know, and at this, no, he stood up, so he can't see the chat very clearly until he comes to sit back down. So I don't say anything. Chat goes dead. I don't reply. I don't reply at all. And then when the stream comes down, sits down, he reads out. He's like, "All right, gamer mum, you know what to do." And I had the great fucking pleasure of banning Mr. Asshole.
So after what could have been possibly 35 minutes, you decided then was when you banned him. Then. Not before this.
I am a lewd streamer. Growing.
Not here at this. Not here at this. Not here at this. Not here at these. Then and only then, at that point, is that finally when you decide it's ban-worthy. When they say this. I believe the answer of you need more confidence in yourselves is important. Carl, you can never understand. Yes, I do. I've had people insult my body more than anybody else, and you have never seen me be sad about it. You know why? Because I have a woman who loves upon his body. You better believe if I was a woman and she was a man, I'd have her all over my shit on purpose, dude. And I'm just a flesh tuber. Imagine how much more disgusting it'd be if I was a woman and I was a VTuber. I'm telling you, Jaleisha will be all over this shit. Fuck what Carl's talking about. Jaleisha would have made them niggas uncomfortable. But I digress. You wanted attention, girl. Let's be honest. You wanted attention. You wanted to be a victim. You self-victimized yourself. You self-victimized yourself as a sexualizing lewd streamer because you couldn't handle, does his dancing get you damp? Is it wetter than Niagara Falls, girl? Do it squirt back? That's what creeps you out? That's the worst thing you've ever gotten? Then you haven't heard worse. The slurs that I've gotten, the slurs that minorities have gotten, is probably worse than the shit that you've experienced. And you want me to feel bad about that? I can sympathize, but I don't empathize. Because you had the power to remove them the entire time. When you needed to wait for the streamer to tell you to do your job? No, you just do your fucking job.
So he's like, "All right, gamer mum, you know what to do." And I had the great fucking pleasure of banning Mr. Asshole.
Stop playing that sound effect in my fucking ear. This is not Full House.
And the reason why this has bothered me so much is because, like I said, this is a really common thing as a female in social media.
Knowing that it's a common thing in social media, specifically in broadcasting, people trying to yuck your yum, you would have gotten used to ignoring it. There are certain levels to this shit, right? Let's go back in time and use the streamer fleeing cringe of somebody actively running it down in my games and then justifying being toxic and then trying to lie to me and then me exposing them the next day as they tried to hide the VOD of the conversation and me exposing the behavior that they had the entire time without content. only for them to start begging and saying, no, no, please, please, don't blame my favorite content creator. It was me. I did it myself alone. Never mind people trying to grief me as a group because they were angry that they lost the match against me. So they decided to plan out and stake out my content for 2 weeks to try and get an unfair advantage against me, to try and embarrass me. Only for that to end up going tits up in their face, and for them to no longer be able to monetize that for fun, because not only did I demonstrate I was a better player than them, but I also demonstrated that they were bad faith. Only for them to circle around and do the same shit again. There's levels to dealing with harassment from people. There's levels to it. It's not, you don't even have to go to the level of you're small, you're a streamer to deal with it. There's levels to this shit. But this was the most basic bitch shit that you should have been able to handle, and you couldn't handle it. Well, whatever. Go on your spiel. Go off, sis.
I don't know what gives people the audacity to fucking type shit like this. You don't...
Ego. Attitude. Ambition. Trolling. Take your pick.
Know the person you're talking to. I have no idea who these people are. We literally have just met them 5 seconds before. They don't know who I am. Their accounts were not brand new. They were a couple of years old. But they've been around Twitch for a while. Unless, of course...
That doesn't matter. They're new to your chat room. That means they're strangers. Do you think that because people have been on Twitch, that means that they respect Twitch? No. That means they've been bouncing around from content creator to content creator, effectively ignoring the reality of the fact that they don't have a home. And using that as a justification for why they shouldn't have to care about the things that are said to them.
They were hacked accounts, but I very much doubt that. Messages like this in any streamer's channel, asking about any female, mod, streamer, viewer, you name it, it is not okay. I am absolutely fucking disgusted. I have had enough of being treated like this on Twitch. And I know I'm not the...
Then ban them when they do it instantly and move on.
Only one. I've reached out to several female streamers that, you know, are my friends over the years.
Just females? What about males? I'm pretty sure men don't like being objectified. Disgustingly.
When a couple of these things have popped up in my own streams. Nearly every single time I go live, I get fucked up whispers from people. Every single time.
Why are you reading them? Why are you reading them? Stop reading them.
It is very rare. I am not getting whispers that contain shit like this. And people think it's okay to talk to a female like this. It doesn't matter what the person looks like.
They don't care what you think. That's why they're doing it. If they cared, they wouldn't do it, forehead.
I'm a VTuber avatar, right? I don't look like this in real life. Hello? You know, I mean, it'd be fucking awesome, but hey.
Again with the goddamn sound effect. I don't care what you look like in real life. I care about how you're acting right now. You're self-victimizing way too fucking much. Make it make sense to me, please. I want to understand. I want to be in your corner. But I can't be in your corner because the way that you're communicating is that of a person who's self-victimizing. Is there a time to cry? Is there a time to complain? Yes, there is. But the way in which you're choosing to go about it, bitch made. Bitch made. Bitch, bitch made. Bitch made. Bitch, bitch made.
I don't understand people. Just because you're behind a keyboard.
If you don't understand people, that means it's something that you have to learn as a part of your content creation. Understanding people and their motives is key, critical to being able to understand their worldviews and their philosophies and the follow-through that they have about their worldviews and their philosophies. Without that, you have nothing. Because you can complain as much as you want. People are going to actively ignore the truth of what you have to say because they don't want to care for whatever you want to say. That's just how they are. No one's obligated to be nice to us, and you are a YouTuber, which means people are going to hate you inherently because you're 2 steps removed from a V-tweeter. You use your body and you use humor and you use sex as entertainment quality instead of just being yourself with an avatar. In terms of your avatar, it's plain. You know? It's no different than the VTuber persona of mutuals that I have on Twitter. But unfortunately, this is the chain that you bore yourself to. You kind of don't really get to use that complaint in this way. Unfortunately.
Or a phone. It doesn't make you anonymous. You think you're anonymous. You don't know who you're messing with.
Is that a threat? Are you threatening them? Like, you kind of lose the high ground here, ma'am. How do you get to threaten people? In terms of content. While simultaneously showing a refusal to fully accept the reality of your job. You're not mommy internet. Who are you trying to scare and threaten? Huh? Did you lose your head? Clearly you've banged it.
This kind of abuse online, especially here in the UK, is a reportable offence. I could literally call the police right now, and this person would be found. And they would be arrested. And it comes with jail time, by the way. As you can hear, I am incredibly fucking upset about this, because I've had enough. I hang out on Switch to hang out with...
First, I'm gonna beat these enemies' ass, and then we're gonna address the authoritarianism that we just witnessed. Excuse me. Hold on, wait a minute, Mrs. Postman. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Wait a hot picking minute, motherfucker. Wait a minute. Wind that shit back.
And this person would be found. Okay? It's a reportable offence. This... You think you're anonymous. You don't know who you're messing with. This kind of abuse online, especially here in the UK, is a reportable offence. I could literally call the police right now, and this person would be found.
How? Okay. 1. Do you know where they are? Do you know their location? Do you know their geolocation? 2. If they're not British citizens, your authoritarian pull here to demand the police lock them up for mean tweets in a Discord, mean tweets on a feed, mean comments on a live stream? Come on now. Come on now. But then additionally, the authoritarianism of the words coming out of your mouth. I don't gotta say much. I'm gonna let you say it again yourself.
A reportable offence. I could literally call the police right now, and this person would be found. And they would be arrested. And it comes with jail time, by the way. As you can hear, I am incredibly fucking upset about this, because I've had enough. I hang out on Twitch to hang out with my friends, to meet new people, play video games if I'm streaming. And that night I was actually streaming with this, I wasn't streaming alongside the streamer, but I was playing games with him on his stream.
Parallel play.
Mr. Arsehole, you and other people like you are going to do one thing in life, and I will guarantee this. You are going to die lonely, broke, with people that hate you. You are the scum of the fucking earth. You do not treat women like this. You do not talk to women like this. If you have a relationship with a person, with a woman, and they're okay with stuff like this, absolutely, go ahead, you know? What happens behind closed doors is your own business. But in public, you do not do this shit. Have some fucking self-respect. You are disgusting. And I wish I could say I will never see a message like this again in any streams that I'm in. But I will guarantee you, I will be scrolling through social media tomorrow, and I will see yet another female streamer getting shit like this.
So here's my question. Where do we get off? Where do we get off? Where do we get off? Because here's my problem with your diatribe here. You think that you have the right to jail people because you're a Twitch streamer. We're a dime a dozen broadcasters broadcasting to a platform. We have tools on the platform. When you don't use the tools available for you to control the problem that you perceive in the space that you occupy, whose fault is it? Because apparently it's our fault. But it's not. It's your fault.
In position and standing by.
You want us to feel bad for you, but you unironically are demonstrating the attitude of the smaller streamer syndrome that capitulates and capitulates people to being permanent victims. You are, by definition, a type of power feminist. That should inherently see an opportunity. Upon which you should be able to solve some basic problems. And how you can address the problem of you, quote, being victimized. And somehow, in that time, you decided the most important thing was to mold. Not understand, not adapt, not grow, mold. About behavior that you should already know is going to happen in the first place.
It's not okay. And for the record, this person did get reported to Twitch. They did get reported using the little under sexual harassment. Because fuck you. I'm fucking gone.
So, in total, your complaint, sir and or madam, is that you let the trolls win. You allowed them not only to get under your skin, but to demonstrably yuck your yum. And make an example of you. And instead of learning how to manage, you decided that instead you're gonna post a video of you coping and seething about behavior that at any time you wanted to, you could have nipped it in the bud then and fucking there. Very interesting. I have to agree. I would love to have seen what this person's social media feed looks like. The channel itself only has 119 subs. There's an account for Twitter, for Facebook, for Instagram, for Ko-Fi, and supposedly for consultancy. The Gaming Mom is a mostly online digital business using YouTube to educate parents on gaming and technology. TGM is different because it is aimed at parents and families and offer a well-balanced and well-researched approach on topics, education not dictating, and allowing parents the ability to make the appropriate choices for their family. My position as a mother offers no judgment and familiarity in how families are as well as common situations families have in regards to technology and gaming. The Gaming Mom, a gamer and a mum, rolled into one. They have no active points within relevancy to 2025 or 2026. Well, we have to go to the fucking... We gotta go to the Twitch.
Here's to the stop that never stopped.
699 followers. They are friends with Robert's Cube, who they already featured. Astro Canuck, who they also featured. Chronically Clementary, Punkster, and Briarfire. 2 e-girls, an e-girl lewd tuber mom, and 3 guys. Assumptively 3 guys. No saved VODs of recent content. Of actual material. Old clips from 2 years ago. And clipped contents and highlights and uploads from 2 to 3 years ago. Yes, this is definitely a person who has a finger on the pulse of the culture. 100%. This is a person who has a finger on the pulse of the culture. I believe you. What do I do for you? What can I do that no one else can do? So she's very much on the side of Tone Police, on the side of Draconian Overreach, and on the side of life ruination through cancellation. You believe that instead of curating your experience online and actually doing what a parent should do, which is deciding that if your child acts and behaves like this, you cut that access to the internet off and you tell them to do their homework. Instead, you mauled, you crash out, and you let the trolls know that they won. But Carl, wouldn't banning them in any sort of form be the trolls winning? No, because the scope of what you're looking for is what is the success rate. If someone tries to waste your time like that, you remove them outright. There's no conversation. You just do it. You should know the audience that you're trying to foster. You should know the kind of audience you're trying to entertain. You should know what it is that you want to do, because you should know who you are. Clearly, she's an authoritarian who is another case example of the regular old ones. And her friend is the same. No content whatsoever posted on X. Just 2 dead accounts. But at least, in the terms of this person, they are playing Dead by Daylight. My fucking mouse would cooperate. They are playing Dead by Daylight with the Chaos Alteration mod, so that you may be able to spend what looks like bits. Yeah, bits. In order to affect the content in the game. As it appears, they're getting teabagged and slugged by a team of escapees. Because they play a trash video game. Because Dead by Daylight is a trash video game. And hey, there she is. Right there in the chat room. Bullshittery, you're still warming up and dodging controller. You're doing great, Ruby baby. Emote spam, yup. Streamlabs spam telling you that this is an adult-friendly stream that you must be 18 plus to engage with. This is your content? Very, very interesting. Remember, kids, don't tap the glass. Place your bets, chat! Or are they, well, not place your bets. Make your guesses. Why do you think they ended up like this? Is it gamer side toxicity? Or is it possible that there's a personality trait here that we're not addressing? Possibly the gamer mom. Because I could call a spade, and bitch, that's a fucking shovel. I don't like making predictions about the type of people in games that they play. But when a person plays a game like Dead by Daylight, they're usually a certain type of person. We already know that they are not truly a real VTuber, in the sense of they like to use sex, but only as far as they feel comfortable with how they can monetize opportunities with the sex. However you spin it, it definitely feels like some bullshit. No? So I leave it to you, chat. You decide. What else do I have on my timeline? What else do I have on the timeline? Epstein shit, obviously. But I have no interest in the Epstein shit. Bunch of garbage videos, a bunch of garbage videos, a bunch of garbage videos. Oh, and there's that one content creator who got completely blacklisted by his entire foundation and lost all his content. Tell me about it, Ruin Leon.
He made, I think, about a minute and 50 long video about ICE and what happened to Alex Preddy.
Yeah, getting political. That was murder. An ICU nurse who worked at the VA, who was legally carrying a firearm that was holstered while he was filming, who is now being painted as a domestic terrorist because he took a gun to a protest. But all these 2A motherfuckers a couple years back were screaming Kyle Rittenhouse's name from the goddamn rooftops.
Because Kyle Rittenhouse was not violent. He was defending territory and property that belonged to his father, who owned the business, as he lived in two different communities, ferried between his mother and father. He defends himself from a crowd of angry protesters that then became angry rioters, that then became violent rioters, that wanted his head and his blood because he was defending them from doing crime. Alright, let's see where he goes with this.
Oh, that was different. Yeah, you're right. He had a rifle strapped to his chest. The man who was shot and murdered by ICE was concealed carrying a firearm that he was legally allowed to have.
So, here's a case matter of something that I actually tried to discuss with my mother yesterday, which was a mistake, mind you. Don't talk to your parents about politics. What is legal? What is effective? Should you go to a protest armed with a lethal weapon, even if you have no intention of weaponizing yourself with it and pulling it out? No, you really shouldn't. Why? Because you have the potential of creating a situation like what happened to him. And then, when you get blasted, don't say, I can't believe they did that. Because you put them in a situation where they had a fear response. What's effective protesting? Going with an armed weapon? Going with weapons? Or peacefully protesting and recording and following all lawful instructions? Let's put it this way. What's more likely to get you shot?
I am now seeing reports that it's even possible that they disarmed him by taking his weapon out of his holster that was at his 6 o'clock, and then they mag dumped the guy. So if you are legally carrying a firearm and they take that off of your person and then utilize that as a justification to put rounds in your back, while you were laying face down on the pavement that it was never about following the law. The Second Amendment doesn't matter anymore, and you're fucked. So where's all the don't tread on me two-way, gun-toting, boot-licking fucktards? Or is it just when it's not on your fucking side? So I'm done playing the middle ground. I'm done making first aid videos that just might help, that can be seen by both sides. So fuck it. Fuck Trump. Fuck ICE. We are not mad enough.
He's very upset about it. And of course, there are people who will be like, oh, we side with you. Yeah, we agree. And then there will be people that are like, bro, what the fuck? Fuck you. You don't know what you're talking about. They found out that this guy spent dedicated time doxing people who make fun of him online. Now look, some of you have made fun of me. The best response I can give you is that I'm digging up your dead grandfather and I'm skull. I don't want your personal information. I don't want to know I don't want to know anything about y'all. I don't want access to it. I don't want none of it. None. I want zero zilch. But buddy,
was that as a content creator, I get a ton of hateful comments, and that's fine. I don't mind. What I hate is receiving homophobic comments like this one.
Oh no, not a homophobic content. Oh no, not one of the most common insults you're going to receive on the internet. Oh no, oh no.
You look like the gay brother on Ozark that gets pounded by the FBI agent. Is that really homophobic to say that you look like a gay guy?
And something else you may not know is that I'm a former bounty hunter. So, shout out to my boy Tomo. Nate, welcome to Real Life Consequences. Your middle name is...
Why?
And then you just start doxing people, just like White Savannah. Why? Because this is what's been happening on TikTok since forever. Maybe because the TikTok algorithm is now in the hands of a right-wing billionaire, you'll see this start to change for the better and not the worse. You'll start to see people fall out of this content. Me personally, I think this content needs to be demonetized into the ground. Nobody makes money off of it. Nobody's able to get ads on it. Blase, 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 blase. Because you shouldn't be rewarded for doing bad behavior like this.
Why are you telling the internet this?
You were born in September. The last 4 digits of your phone number are... You're a journeyman welder at your UA local...
What the... He didn't got all this shit off this dude and put... Why? Why?
You've been there since February. And hey, that's some pretty good money, which probably is how you afforded that 3-bed, 2-bath house off.
This motherfucker got the whole track record because he got made fun of online? What the hell is the matter with you?
Across from the... where your HOA dues are around $264 a month. It's pretty pricey. Now, Nate, there's more information, but I'm not going to give that out.
Oh, yeah, I just...
No, only give out this information. Just enough to be able to try and spook them. So you can get clicks on the internet from exposing bigots and racists. That definitely backfired on you.
We'll give out where you live, where you work, how you make money, the type of house you bought. Yeah, great job. Great. That didn't work.
What I will give you is a piece of advice. The internet is not as anonymous as you would like it to be. Think twice before you act. Maybe think about how or would feel about your comments.
Are you outing his family members, good sir? It needs to be stated that this video was edited so that all of this information would be redacted. He had this online for everybody to see and know about, unedited. And he thought it probably got gassed up by a bunch of people. Like, yeah, this is greater than, yeah, this shows that there are consequences. Bro, you got made fun of online. And you just outed somebody essentially whole life.
Or maybe... And I'm a big fan of the
to the beat of a black artist that specialized in truth-telling. Well, that's cute. That's cute.
Show Ozarks. But what I'm not a big fan of is homophobic rhetoric that can hurt an already marginalized community.
What is calling you looking like a character that was gay doing to the rest of the gay community? Nothing. What is you being told that you look like a character in a show doing against the gay community? Nothing.
It's 2026. Let's leave this kind of shit behind.
It's 2026. Learn to get a backbone. learn to understand that you can block somebody. Learn to understand that you could actually take the time to, I don't know, make fun of them back. Because it's the internet. It ain't that deep. It could be a different story if Buddy actually threatened your life and threatened like a family member of yours. Then I'd be like, phone it into the cops. But bro, he just said, hey, you look like a gay character. So what? So of course, people found out about this and they got mad and they decided, hey, let's go for the money. Because that's the way you really bend somebody over. You go for the money. What is this at the bottom? Oh, found you, Cody Fox. Is he doing this again? Did he do this again? Anyway, they looked for his sponsors, found out he was sponsored by a company called Rise, and Rise said, not happening, effective immediately. Rise is no longer affiliated with or represented by the individual involved in recent controversy. We are aware of comments made by this prior affiliate that were hurtful and inappropriate towards individuals with physical and mental disabilities. Those views do not reflect our company's values, and we do not support or condone language or behavior that is discriminatory, harmful, or dismissive of any community. We take this matter seriously and have taken immediate steps to address this situation directly with the individual involved. We are also reviewing our affiliate partnerships and internal processes to ensure our standards of respect, inclusivity, and accountability are upheld to our community. We hear your concerns. We appreciate you for holding us to a high standard, and we are committed to doing better. And Buddy got the memo and cowered because he was losing out on some money.
I owe you all an apology.
Oh, do you?
For days now, I have been lying to myself.
Well, it sounds like the common American thing to do.
Saying things like, I'm a good person. I've done a lot of good for the world. It's all bullshit deflection to keep me from taking responsibility for my own actions.
I mean, you're still sounding like the common American citizen. Most of us, a good portion of us, spend our time looking at other people and judging them, critiquing them, criticizing them. I would hope that most people don't get online and dox someone's full job occupation and the type of house they live in and their family members, but you know.
But you know, they do, and you just have to live with it.
Sticks and stones break the bones. And people like to recognize that it's a way to hide who they truly are. And realistically, everybody has a come to Jesus moment where they have to look in the mirror and recognize, hey, in some aspects of my life, I have not been a good person. And it would be a great thing to get online, or not really online, go into the bathroom, look into the mirror and look at yourself and say, I would like to change the negative aspects of my life. That is a good thing. You know what most people shouldn't do? Dox a motherfucker's full lifestyle with the exception of some important details, thinking that that saves their ass, and only is speaking up about how regretful he is because money's been taken away from him. This is not sincere at all. It's just the motherfucker trying to make sure that people recognize him as a potential good person for recognizing his mistakes.
I've built this entire platform on inclusivity and kindness.
I don't feel included.
And I lost sight of that in my own ego. I lashed out at people. I responded to hatred with hatred.
No, you responded to hatred with full-blown information of the personal variety. You got compared to a character in probably an insulting fashion, and you could take that as being mean-spirited. You can. But your response, way worse.
I apologize for not being of character. The character that I promised you I all had. If you don't want to support me anymore, I understand. I hope that one day I can regain your trust soon.
It'll be difficult for some individuals. Most people won't care. The thing that really irks me is that it seems like you were confident in what you were doing and you had people backing you up, but then people found out that, wait, that's not really how you're supposed to respond to this. That's not how you're supposed to respond. You're supposed to respond with, like, you know, a block or maybe a fuck you or maybe a joke about a mom. You know, keep the razz and the razzle dazzle going. But you took it to the egregious step and then probably sat for a couple days and thought to yourself, oh, I'm doing a good thing. And when the money started leaving you, because no business, I don't care who you support, what you think is justified or unjustified, no business, no affiliate program is going to want somebody on their payroll that doxes somebody's essentially full life for everybody to see, unchecked, unwarranted.
Unless they're a leftist, in which case they encourage it, and you are fighting the shitheads that don't like them. You know, the Nebula elite. The Nebula niggas. Because that is the constitutional basis upon everything in which we are dealing with.
I brought you something.
Those that want and those that do not want, that demonstrate an unwillingness to address the actual deeper chain of connection, which is the antagonism that they decide to visit upon everyone else. That may or may not be them. With or without extended caveats. And usually in the interest of not earned extended caveats.
Administrator, through service, our path is revealed.
When it gets checked, they're going to kick you to the curb.
But for right now, I have to focus
And get a new hat!
on the safety of my family.
And get a new hat. So here's the question that's actually important. This is the problem when it comes to doxing, okay? This is the problem that comes to doxing. This is the problem that comes to content creators and choosing to attack people with information, okay? I'll give you a simple macrocosm here. Every single time you guys use Ko-fi, the name associated to your PayPal connection that sends it to my PayPal account has a name. I don't remember these names. Those of you who donate, you know what your name is on there. Alright? Have any of you ever heard me say that name from your PayPal content? This is a question directed towards people who actually give me money on a semi-regular or regular basis in numbers, let's say higher than 25. There's like maybe 4 of you in chat right now. Physically here. Not accounting for Boster. Have you ever heard me use that name that's associated with your account? Never, right? You've never heard me utter that phrase on camera. You've never heard me use that phrase even in private, inside the Discord. Never. Now, the intellectually wise of us should know the answer why, but let's go through the pantomime, just for posterity, shall we? Carl, why does that matter? Everybody knows my name. I can pull my wallet right on camera here, take out one of my IDs. You can see my name. My name has been public information because I am a public figure since forever ago. You all are private citizens in your various countries and states and homes of origin. That information is a sacred bond of trust. If I'm going to target somebody based on the information they send me as a part of how they wish to give donations, give super chats, and what have you, whether through processes on platforms like Twitch, processes through platforms like YouTube, processes through platforms like Kick, which we haven't unlocked yet because I haven't gotten to that number to acquire it yet, processes through platforms like Subscribestar, processes through platforms such as Ko-Fi that connects to PayPal. If I use this information as leverage and a cudgel, I have violated one of the most sacred bonds between an entertainer and audience members, and potential audience members, which is that your information isn't safe with me. This is one of the most important caveats, right? You could say that this is the reason why that instead of calling Phantasma, I call him Marcus, because I know him personally. And Carl is one half of my real name, of my last name, because it's easier than saying Aristide or a Johnny. And yet, if somebody were to use my name in this way, I wouldn't feel taken aback. Because it's like, nigga, who fucking cares? But your name and your identity should ever be up for contestment. Ever. The only time when something of that interest should ever happen should be when I am handing that information to the proper authorities for them to address a problem. Like, say, somebody trying to run a chargeback on my account to try and fuck me over legally. Somebody trying to harass my account and use this information as a way to try and antagonize me legally in terms of something like a DMCA content troll. I'm pretty sure one's in the chat, two's in the chat. Just to make sure we're alive here with the point I'm making here. We all understand. Should I ever cross that line, that's the point where I lose my audience. Period. This is not a debate. When a content creator starts weaponizing life ruination through financials, through social pressure, through exposure of information with the hope that somebody does something with that information that they wouldn't have been privy to had they not popularized it in a place where the person could access it. And then hide behind the, well, I can't control what people do, but you definitely can control the choices you make. That's the moment where the content creator loses the trust of an audience. That's where they should lose the trust of the audience. Again, one's in the chat, two's in the chat. If you do this, you are in the wrong profession. You have no business in entertainment. Influencing, content creation, media marketing, liaison networking. You have no business. You have no business here in this world. Because what happens when you decide, oh, this person went too far? Hell, we just came off the video from the gaming mom that did exactly that. I was disgusted. I sexualized myself. I shake my digital gams on the internet. Why am I turning into Frieza? Why am I turning into Frieza doing Merrick? I shake my gams on the internet for the gals. You shake your gams on the internet, your digital gams on the internet, so that you may be able to make money off the fact that you sexualize yourself. But you get the wrong kind of comment, and all of a sudden, I'm going to call the UK police on you. I'm going to get you jailed because I felt uncomfortable. That's why your channel's small. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Not only did you fail the #1 filter of the internet, you demonstrated you're a power-hungry authoritarian who wants to make people feel small. And in result, you forgot that the audience can make you small too. Because all of a sudden, now you say, I need to focus on my family. Nigga, what about your community? What about your player base? What about your audience base? Were they not worthy to worry about then? When you were doing this? No? Only when it focuses on you? When you have something you're losing? That's when it's a problem? Bitch made.
What? Bro, the safety, yo. What about the safety of the other motherfucker family? See?
Yes, exactly. One of the most basic educational lessons to be had about this kind of content. When a person goes out of their way to make a problem like this, you have to treat them as what they are. Disrespectful isn't even the beginning of the problem. It's one of them, but it's not even the beginning of the problem. Because what you end up with at the end of the day is you are putting people
I've tagged them as my top mission priorities.
in a position where they quintessentially are absolved of any consequences because you decided that they should be. Creators should never be allowed to do this kind of behavior to people. But many do get away with it because there's not enough people who are willing to put them in their place for it.
Nah, I can't accept this apology just for that statement. I could be in the realm of possibility if you didn't say this, but now, man, I just sat here and let the emotions get the best of me, and this guy said I looked like a gay character, and it really offended me, and my response was to, wait, hold on. My response was to sit there and dox all of his information, putting him and his family at risk, putting him and his loved ones at risk, and making sure that he knows that it's not good to compare humans to gay characters, because how offensive could that be to say that you look like somebody in a show? Oh, yeah. But now that I'm getting all the backlash, I need to prioritize and protect my family. Oh! So, what's good for the goose ain't good for the gander. Rules for thee, but not for me. You was comfortable doing it to somebody else, but now that it's even slightly happening to you, you can't handle it, and now you recognize how stupid that is. You are a dumbass to the highest order, and cut that fucking mustache!
Yes. 100%. It's the most irritating shit that can ever happen in all of content creation. Always has been. Why do people that choose to engage in this kind of work think that it's okay to do that? The only answer I can really come away with is because they've never been put in that position.
I've done the job before.
You've never been put in that position, and thus they've never been handled in such a way where it will affect them directly. Because it's just a game.
So I'll be back. I'll see you guys soon.
Your ironic, moronic style of crying is annoying to me to the highest regard. You performed for the sake of wanting to look cool for a bunch of people who feel as though they're being treated unfairly, and I can understand that on a personal level, but you should not and could not and hope to never think that just because you getting hate comments is a perfectly excusable reason to up and dox somebody. It's not. When you are online, you watching this are online, and you decide, hey, I want to give my opinion on something, whether it be the current climate of the political landscape, a video game, a movie, food, the proper way to suck it, the proper way to ingest it. You might want to come to the understanding somebody's gonna see that and disagree. And you know what? They might operate under the mindset of, well, I could disagree with that, and here's my reason why, and hopefully that's a civil response and I could go about my day. Or there's gonna be somebody saying, fuck you, you're wrong, you look like this, and you look like a bitch, rah, 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 rah. And it's those, all you gotta do is respond just like how they respond. Ignorant. You responded stupidly. You wanted a motherfucker's information out and about because they gave you a hate comment. And I'm here to tell you, you look like a fucking moron.
I used to get called gay all the time for getting my eyebrows waxed when I was younger. And I get called gay constantly for having my nose pierced. And I mean constantly. Hell, I'm probably going to get called gay for having my nose strip on during this video. But the funny thing about it is, never in a million years would the thought cross my mind to go find the person who said that and then dox them. Because that's not what a grown adult does. That's what a child does. What grown adult would do that? Oh, Scotty K Fitness, that's who. My man, that's crazy. I've seen your apology video, and as a Christian man, I forgive you. I really do. I just don't have any respect for you anymore. Because you mean to tell me, as a grown man, you let a childlike insult like that completely derail you to the point where you would not only dox a person, but make fun of a paralyzed man. Now, my man, I don't buy that you're sad about this one bit. I don't buy that for a second. I don't think you're sad about what you did. I think you're sad that the consequences to your own actions were not what you were wanting. I think you're sad your true character came to light. Because, brother, that type of hate, that don't pop out of nowhere. That boils. That's been on the back burner for a while. And if I could give you any word of the wise right now from a nobody, I would say you better toughen up, little soldier. Because if them calling you gay hurt your feelings, they gonna be calling you much worse now. You better hold on.
This baseless bullshit apology where you sitting there and you just every 10 seconds, that's not enough, buddy. You now have to work with the realization that you're losing out on money because you decided to give out somebody's information. And this weird bubble of being accepted by people who excuse dumb shit has fucked another person up because probably in the moment he was getting cheered on by a few people. Nothing's wrong with this. Yeah, this is what happens when you leave hate comments all the time. But now that it's happening to him, he can't stomach it. So for the future, for everybody who could genuinely understand, when you burp out your opinion online, expect somebody to disagree and expect others to be a little bit more on the angry side of them disagreeing. Block it, or
otherwise, make fun of them. I digress.
And go from there. Do not get online outing people's personal information because you might end up growing a fucking dildo on your lip, groveling and crying about how you have to protect your family after putting another person's family at a lot of risk.
Nope, my shit disconnected. We straight? We straight. 7:01. I need to make dinner. Or rather, I need to prepare whatever I have in place for dinner. My achy breaky bones. My shit ain't even alone. My knees are fucking popping and my back is fucking prone. Crack. Approaching will be ready in 15 minutes. I am honestly so shocked that doxing content still exists on TikTok in some fucking capacity. Because I would have thought that in a time period where people are getting flagged for the shit, that they would have learned to stop doing that so soon. But they did not, actually. You just kept doing it. It just goes to show, niggas need to learn, niggas need to learn, niggas need to learn, cause need to learn. Now let me check the server real quick in case there was anything people specifically asked for me to view. It appears the answer is no. Ah, there actually is one, which is from Boster. The internet's been seeing this guy by storm. The internet's been seeing this guy by storm. It's time to finally look at a video of his. The emo boy. The supposed alt-right emo boy. Girdle your loins, children. Where we're going, we don't need edge, 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 edge. Unless you like getting edged.
Women. Ooh, can't live with them. Now it is interesting how there does seem to be a drastic difference between
Yeah, sweetie. No, I'll be fine. She actually showed up here faster. I'll be right back, chat. Shadow, my child. It is your job once again to watch the content of the stream. You must entertain the chat, my son. Eh. Here we go. I'll be right back, chat.
Tragic mystery. You could have left me here, serious of the blood. No one would ever know the chaos control. My true identity. The power that is me. We are destined fire. Trapped in this machine. Don't know how long we've waited. As the eggman's watching. We are destined fire. Looking through the screen. Don't know how long we've waited. As the eggman watches. With words in the fight, electric lives change surroundings. A trillion history. The treasure disappears as she goes. Miss her as you look away, and no one knows. This power is a key. This power changes me. We are destined fire. Trapped in this machine. Don't know how long we've waited. As the eggman's watching. We are destined fire. Looking through the screen. Don't know how long we've waited. As the eggman watches. The power that is me. You try to take me down, stop the show. Seems you've never tasted fear, a loss of control. The power lives in me. The power that is me. We are destined fire. Trapped in this machine. Don't know how long we've waited.
It is really chilly out there right now. Star says hi. She brought me a rubber chain stomper so that I can possibly be able to run hot baths, assuming that this works with my drain, which I hope it does. Should work. It goes through in the hole? Yeah, it does. Rubber bong stopper. I hope it works.
Men's political ideologies, actually how they act within these ideologies, both left and right, and also the amount of women going into leftism and liberalism, and in fact, how they act within liberalism. Because it is different. You know, you have a liberal man and you have a liberal woman. Statistically speaking, they do behave differently within these things. Yet another behavior that is specifically tied to women and not men. Another reason why we're not the same. So when you understand these graphs, when you understand the very nature of women, it's time for us to closer study the very nature of leftist women. So if most women, or if most liberals are women, this psychological study here, which I have already discussed, would suggest exactly what we're seeing in their behavior. Right? Liberalism seems to affect women more. Women seem to behave worse within their liberalism, statistically speaking. This psychological study then shows that left-wing authoritarianism, LWA, is higher in personality traits like the dark triad: Machiavellianism, narcissism, and psychopathy. You combine...
Interesting he didn't go for the tetrad. Now that one's all the rage. Forget talking about the one that people like abusing. Now we talk about the one that people like abusing that actively people choose to abdicate responsibility towards. Mwahahahahahahahaha.
In these two things, we start to connect the dots. We start to realize things. We start to notice a pattern, as it were. Because we are pattern recognizers. We are noticers of these patterns. Because we're smart. So, now we know this. Now we know this information. Women are far more likely to become liberal. They're far more likely to be far more disruptive and authoritarian within their liberalism. And they're far more likely to have psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellianism as leftists within this. Now you apply that to the fact that most goths these days are now women, primarily. And we start to see exactly what happened with goth and why the decline happened. You get women running stuff, oh, it's over. I don't need to quote George Orwell again. What with his women are the worst of it, right? They're the swallower of slogans, the sniffers out, the nosers out, I believe is the phrase he used, of those who do not truly align with the ideology of the party that they've chosen to truly support. Basically what I'm saying is, women, narcissistic women affected by dark triad personality traits, have infested goth and made it all about them. They want to say it's all about the ideology, it's all about the politics, but this is purely just an extension of this graph right here. They're not tolerant of anything or anyone who does not agree with this. So they're not actually individuals, which is what goth is actually about. They're actually just a communist collective.
They're conformists. They are effectively the living embodiment of Karl Popper's idiosyncratic view of the paradox of tolerance. They've gone so far into intolerance that they have decided to become everyone's mother. Do you disagree with them and get antagonized, shut down, and told that you're not allowed to be a part of the collective because you're one of the bad ones?
Individuality is their antithesis. I've already said this before in a clip over on X. Follow me on X, it's there. And you can see symptoms of this all the time. You can see this kind of behavior. You can see symptoms of narcissism, narcissistic females. I said on Twitter, never underestimate the female ego. Now this isn't like a male ego whose existence of which is presumed. The male ego is presumed, which is why they hate men so much. They assume, presume, a man has a gigantic ego. They hate this about a man because a man is right. A man is right to have an ego. We made everything. But people underestimate the female ego. They don't think it's there. They don't think it's real. They think ego is specifically a very masculine thing. The female ego is worse. It's more vindictive. It's more covert. It's usually mired in gaslighting. I'm actually a really great person, really. I'm thinking about everybody but myself. That's the female ego, willing to throw away entire civilizations just to look really good. To sleep better at night. To signal their virtues to the herd. Look at me! Look at me. Which is why then we see this exact behavior reflected within goth. Look at me, right? You've got these women who are chasing trends as goth, which is unbelievably antithetical to the entire goth ethos anyway. Wearing the same Ankh belts as each other because they all buy from the same Shein outlet, which is the same shop that TikTok uses, so you can't use that excuse. It's all the same place. I don't mind consumerism, I enjoy it. I'm a capitalist. I like capitalism. I think goth and capitalism go together. Like coffee and half, right? It's great. It works really, really great. There's a lot of money to be made selling ornate, pretty dresses to women, actually. But yes, they're trend chasers. They like to match the herd. They like to parrot the same phrases in the same way, using the same words and the same cadences, wearing the same dresses from the same places. signaling to the crowd, to the herd, I don't like this person. As do you all. I'm just like you. It's a very performative thing, isn't it? Like TikTok, you see women all the time filming themselves doing altruistic things instead of just doing the altruistic thing. They film it instead. They have to put it out there. Look at me, look what I'm doing. But Jake, you're doing the exact same thing. Am I? See, some could argue that by doing this within the goth subculture is a fantastic way to get yourself ostracized by the entire subculture I have aligned with for the last 20 years. I truly, ultimately, on the face of it, don't have anything to gain from this. I'm simply just telling the truth. And herein lies the problem. Herein lies the hatred that they have for yours truly. Women, especially narcissistic leftist women, do not like being held accountable. They hate that shit. They hate being called out. They hate being held accountable. This is why they get so whenever I call them out, whenever I point out how stupid they are. Most men will take that shit on the chin, like I do. They make videos about me all day, every day, because they assume that I am going to take it like a man, which is usually the general thought process for a lot of these liberal women. I can do whatever I want, because at the end of the day, it's going to be mature men that fix everything at the end of the day, that put all the potted plants and everything and all the props back where they were so we can start filming again tomorrow. I get to do whatever I want, smash things, destroy the patriarchy, because at the end of the day, the patriarchy will still be there to make sure we're all nice and safe and everything is running smoothly. But goth was specifically attractive because there's the opportunity to dress up. You know, putting on makeup and fun, cute little dresses and stuff like that. They are narcissists, okay? They want to be the authority above anyone and everyone. They like to talk a lot of game. They like to go after a lot of dudes because a lot of dudes in today's culture are not allowed to respond. They're not allowed to call women out, right? That's a big no-no. You don't do that. You nasty man. You don't go after women. You leave women alone. You angry, nasty man. And your ego. Never underestimate the female ego, because it is dangerous, it is vindictive, it is volatile, it's emotionally driven. And when emotions are the primary reason for acting or doing things, well, then some really terrible things are going to be happening. Men think logically, women think emotionally, and we can see that in Minnesota. We can see the way that they behave and the way that they act. These women are acting like children. They're like kids. I mean, Renee's quote-unquote wife was just like, I can't believe you use real bullets. It's like, yeah, we're not playing a game here. This is real life. I know that Renee was dancing to the sound of her own car horn like a child playing a game in the playground, but you're fucking with things that are far beyond anything you have considered. These are real bullets. These are real criminals that they're deporting from the country. These are all real situations where these silly, idiotic, infantile women should be nowhere near. Is it unfortunate that Renee was killed? Yes, of course it is. This is bad. I don't want people dying. I didn't know Renee personally. I don't really care. I know Nick Fuentes has far more bold words to say about her being killed, but look, I'm not going to go there. If it was up to me, she would have been at home, where she was, actually, before she decided to drive to the ICE raid and obstruct justice. Did those riots happen? Has there been riots? Has there been crazy riots? I wonder, liberals, leftists out there, if you are watching this, was this another George Floyd movement? Was it equal? Was a black criminal who OD'd the moment he was arrested? Toxicology reports corroborate with this. This is true. He did. He can't breathe because of the fent, George. Because of the fent. This mother of 3 or 1, because I hear 2 got taken away. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't seen any proof of this, so I'm not gonna really, go to town with that. Do the left care as equally? Have we seen entire towns burn down? Is anything on fire like Black Lives Matter? Is she in a gold casket with little cuck boys, little liberal cuck boy crying on one knee at the altar as a performance? Do we have any of this? No, because they don't value white lives as much, because they're despicable. I'll read some notes I have here. Why does goth attract so many liberal women? Because it is a culture now revolving around female dominance and admiration. Dommy mommies, goth girlfriend fetishes feed their egos, while simultaneously utilizing the subculture for financial gain.
Big true. Undeniably true. I wrote a tweet about this literally last night. And I believe I used the exact same terminology. It had to have been after the Panda tweet. Here we go. E-girls cannibalizing the goth subculture for slut money is going to bankrupt the interests of so many lesbians and men addicted to cluster bees like Fent in the water. Literally. Literally. The exact same terminology. Negrodamus! Negrodamus!
By fetishizing the aesthetic for their OnlyFans. The dark triad of personality traits affects women horribly. This is true. There wasn't really this goth dommy mommy culture prevalent within goth until relatively recently. This is quite nice. This is quite alluring. If you're a liberal leftist woman who's being affected by the dark triad, narcissism, ego, if you're being affected by these things, then the dominance that women have within goth is quite alluring, isn't it? It's quite intriguing. What do you mean, dommy mommy and men just throw money at you? Step on me, queen. That sounds nice. What do you mean all I have to do is just parrot leftist talking points and I get likes and admiration and shares? So you're telling me I get money, I get adored, I'm seen as superior. There's no downside because there's no men to call us out? 4? Damn. That sounds like 4 very good points for yet more women to get into goth. Men are gone, they're not there, and the ones that are there are sneaky f***s. Sneaky f***. It's a real thing. It's a zoological term. The sneaky f***. You ever wonder why men are liberal? It's the sneaky fuck. It's beta bitch.
Sneaky fucker. The term sneaky fucker is coined by evolutionary biologist John Maynard Smith to describe subordinate males who take advantage of the opportunity to mate with females, while dominant males are otherwise occupied, leading to reproductive success. Most blue pill men are just sneaky fuckers practicing sexual mimicry. So, the equivalent of Jodies. biological cuckolds that actively take advantage of the women because they know that if they were to agree with the women, they would get access to sexual virility. Yes, actually.
Thing. It's a zoological term. The sneaky fuck. You ever wonder why men are liberal? It's the sneaky fuck. It's beta bitches bypassing any competition with masculine men by adopting certain traits that the female would like in order to mate. Something like that. I'm just reading off the top of my head. It was here, right? You read this. So I don't call them liberal men anymore. I just call them sneaky f***s. Or f***s, actually. There's also studies out there that suggest lower testosterone makes you left-wing, which then also makes you more likely to lie. It's another graph here. It's another study. Have a look at this. These are the men that these women hang around with, beta cuck men, and their reference for men, which is why they hate them. This is goth women's reference for men. This is the men that they know. It's the subservient men. It's the, oh my God, step on me, mommy. Here's more money for your OnlyFans. Don't tell my wife. I won't, pay pig. As the decades have gone on, women now comprise the majority of the subculture, with at the very least a higher amount of control than they did in the past. As per usual, when women gain control of something, it turns to an ego-driven, jealousy-coded dictatorship of virtue signaling, control, gatekeeping, and censorship. They all parrot the same things over and over again. Goth is political. You can't be conservative in goth. You can't be right-wing in goth. Goth is political. They keep saying these things over and over again without actually understanding what they mean. They know that if they say them, they get likes. They get accepted into the herd. They get a sense of culture and community. Which is why they keep saying it, but they don't understand it. They don't understand. I mean, there's been a bunch of people making videos of me over the last couple of months. All these girls, they keep making the same mistakes. Because of course they do. They keep misunderstanding what I'm saying, further proving this tweet of the f***ing year. They keep making the same mistakes over and over again. To try and justify their points, they have to purposefully misunderstand what I'm saying. They have to be obtuse. They have to be dull. But they don't have to be smart because they're in an echo chamber. And this echo chamber is very, very interested in maintaining a narrative where they have control at all times. You type in goth in Instagram search or TikTok search, it's women, it's all girls dancing and performing for each other so that they can fit within the collective. Look at us. Look at me. I'm doing the trend that you all did. I'm saying the same things you all did. I'm part of you guys. If you were really goth, you wouldn't be interested in spending time around other goths. I can't think of anything worse than spending time with a group of goths. Goth was made as a counterculture to the post-war, post-industrial age in the UK. Something artistic and eloquent, something experimental and chaotic. Well, now we're living in a post-degeneracy, post-woke world, and it's time for goth to adapt. To remain a counterculture, you must remain counter to the culture. As exhaustively researched by this sex and culture book that I read here. Really great read. I'm only about halfway through it, but really you should read this. Okay, this book is incredible. Absolutely amazing. I believe it was written in like 1938 or something like that. It's quite old. We've squandered too much of the equity the conservative government had created. Or men, I guess. Now is the time for goth to be conservative of Western values, when evil forces from all angles are fixated on trying to destroy it. We should not be welcoming in more people who do not have our nation's best interest to heart. At the end of the day, goth was created within this nation of the UK. It was created here under British ideals. British musicians, British inspirations. Goth was made as a privilege provided by England. Why would we want to celebrate the downfall of this? Why would we want to welcome in the destruction of the nation that allowed this to even happen? Why do you think goth happened here in the first place in the West? Because we have the privilege to do it. This globalist, it is not conducive to subcultures continuing. It's not. You allow a foreign alien culture to come in and exert their own version of control, which does not have separation of church and state. They don't have that. The church is the state for them. Talking about our good friends, the Muslims here. Goth didn't start there. In fact, I don't know any subculture that has left the Middle East that did. We are privileged enough to have been given the opportunity to rebel, to have goth, to have the subculture. So anything but a nationalist goth is wrong.
That depends what you mean by nationalist. If you mean prideful in your American state, then by all means go crazy. But if what you mean by that is the type of nationalist that hides subversive tropes, it would be just as important to resist those that are effectively hiding within the subculture as those who would effectively say you're invading something that doesn't belong to you. Because that would be just as cantankerous. Just as subversive, just as cantankerous, with all the concerns and all the same problems. Hopefully that's what he means.
It's incorrect. I respect other nations, but not when their nation is trying to take mine. You should be proud of your own nation. You should be a nationalist. You should be proud of your nation for giving you the privilege to be able to say the dumb shit that you say, or they say, because they're not here watching this. Once Western culture dies, goth goes with it. You understand this? You understand this. But the reason why they hate me so much is because I'm the one man who doesn't simp. It's not attractive to me. I'm the one man who doesn't simp and let them get away with everything and perpetuate the sense of dominance that they have. I don't stroke their egos. I don't inflate their already inflated sense of self-worth. In fact, I call them stupid. I call them idiots and I call them narcissists because they are. People have gotten far too comfortable calling men narcissists. Fun fact, women are also narcissists. In fact, more likely a liberal woman or a leftist woman is more likely to be a narcissist. And there's also almost exclusively leftist women within goth. So there's an even higher percentage still of these women that are narcissists.
The realistic problem with the terminology being used to basically censor people, especially the case of the tone policing and narcissism in general. If people were true narcissists, they would not be calling them narcissists. Because a person who's a real narcissist would be trying to dominate and control every single little bit of what you do and say. Controlling every single angle of the conversation. You would never get a chance to call them a narcissist because you would know that they were a narcissist. It's one of those things that would basically be played upon as if it were a game.
Next time you watch any of these girls, right? Any of these goth chicks that you see on the internet who like to present, oh, cutesy, who pitch their voices up a couple of octaves, by the way. Next time you watch them, I want you to see if you can spot a couple of symptoms of narcissism, or even just the dark triad in general. See if you can spot it in there. I bet you can. I bet you'll never be able to watch them the same way again. I'm just going to read this last paragraph that I have written here. Look how much I care about everything, says the leftist egomaniac. Look at me, aren't I nice? I'm inclusive and understanding and morally pure. I'm so good. These women, much like with Western culture itself, will sacrifice anything they can to something that has nothing to do with them, that doesn't care about them, in order to look good and morally superior. They're doing this with goth. They're doing this with Western civilization. They're doing this with their kids. They're doing this with the safety of women, actually. Advocating for those that are quite high in the overrepresentation of crime statistics against women. So it doesn't really make any sense until you realize that it's not about that. Why are women advocating for things that will, in the long run, actually be more detrimental to them? Why are they doing this? Why do they want criminals back out in the street? Why are they advocating for this? Why do they always stand up in solidarity for immigrants that molest children? What is this? That's so unreal. I can't wrap my head around it. I don't understand. I don't understand. Why are they doing this? It's because it's not about them. It's not about the criminals. It's not about the illegals. It's about the woman. It's about her and how good she looks doing it. That's what it's about. How she feels when she stands in front of the man and says, actually, leave the brown man alone. Get him, ladies. The sense of power that they have. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching this video. Appreciate it. I've been Jake Monroe, and I'll catch you next time. Later.
It's like taking a juggalo directly out of a hatchet mob, and you just give him a platform, a pylon, and a suit, and nobody can stop him, because look, he's so proper. However, I need to see more. That was the most recent one. What happened to women? Alt-right nationalist goth fighting the woke matriarchy and alternative self-cultures. Twitter, Instagram, music channel, Spotify. So you've got one video. No, you have several here. 1 second. So you've got videos behind a membership. You've got videos exposed to the public. I'm not paying you money to see behind your paywall. But this person has connections to Milo. He has connections to Phil LeBlanc. He has connections to Brian Gropner. And they effectively started picking up the aesthetic. And these aren't the only members onlys that he has. Changed up the style multiple times over the years. How I've never heard of this person before this moment. Well, it is what it is. Cast not the sin of how one may have to get cringe in opinions and views on the internet in order to react. For this is apparently what must be done in order to prove yourself as one of the people. Let's see the opinion that came from this, because maybe the reason why these are put like this is that this is the unrefined version and this is the refined version. Because it seems like it's the same videos. So let's see.
Dear fellow based gothic alternative individuals, this one is for you. Welcome everybody. Yes, welcome back to the Jake Monroe Show. Very ecstatic, excited even to have you here. Yes, we're going to be talking about things that are going to keep you safe, that is going to proliferate, that is going to propagate more savage individuals like myself. Because it's oh so lonely here at the top. I mean, we do have GACC out there, Goths Against Cancel Culture. Of course, that is a collective. It is not an individual like myself. If you are looking for a place to go, check them out, but I'm going to get to them soon. Now, before we continue, I am going on tour in 2026. In October in the US. And if you would like to see me live, please click the link down below and check to see if I'm playing in a city near you. Some venues aren't available yet, but the city is, and you can still buy tickets, and once the venue has been assigned, you'll just go there, okay? There won't be any surprises where like it's a city over or anything like that. You'll be fine. I also have some bitchin' merch available, as is being shown so beautifully here by myself. Make Goth Great Again. Hats are now available, have been available. I've sold quite a considerable amount of them already. And also make sure you get this very cool demonized shirt as well. More merch coming in 2026. More Red Pill merch, actually. So we'll get to that whenever it's released. So, hang on, I need a prop for this. Oh, so, you've decided to be a based goth. It's like the meme, the dead meme. How can you do that? How do you be a based goth? It's so volatile out there, Jake Monroe. What can I do? How can I avoid this? How can I make sure I'm doing this correctly? I'm going to tell you right now, because I wrote it down. How Not to Get Cancelled is the title of, well, the working title of this. So how do you, as an alternative creator, get around the cancellation brigade? How does this work? Well, first I need to explain to you exactly how this system is effective in the first place. Once you better understand how the process actually works, you're much better suited for fighting against it. Cancel culture works because the demographic shifts out of alignment of the unifier. The unifier being the artist, the influencer, the musician, the content creator, the online personality, the person. The demographic being your fan base. Cancellation happens because there is a moral misalignment that occurs between the person and the people. When this happens, the collective audience gets bricked up, panties soaked with the realization they now have the power, through sheer numbers, to destroy someone's career, to realign, to reshape the entire structure of someone's life. They love this feeling because they're usually powerless, ugly, disgusting, anime-obsessed freaks with body pillows. They relish this feeling of
what you got against body pillows, my nigga?
Power, because the vast majority of them are, as I've written again here, powerless, ugly losers with the appeal of a used cum rag you find stuffed down the side of a dirty bed in India. They have this desperate desire to feel morally superior and finally be part of a team. Team cancel culture. Oh, pick me. Oh, I finally got picked. Yes! Who are we going after? What landscape of someone's life can I terraform for the worst? Oh, I get to reshape someone's entire life by joining this mob? Sign me up. I finally get to feel like a modicum of power. Though, of course, this is just collective power. It's not actually the power of an individual. Only few of them have that kind of influence. They have this desperate desire to feel morally superior. In the alternative subculture, specifically online, you will find everyone knows everyone, and influencers will share the same pool of followers as everybody else. Have you noticed this? You see the online landscape of alternative content creators. It's varying numbers of followers, but all from the same pool of people, right? Alternative creators usually get alternative followers, and alternative followers tend to all stick together and talk about the same ones over and over again. It's the same demographic. It's the same alternative people. These alternative people then go and talk in their Discords or Reddits about these other alternative creators, and you pretty much know of everybody, me being the most famous and most influential. Because you'll notice, actually, for the most part, a lot of goths out there, most of them don't say a word. In fact, some of them just perpetuate trending topics. Trendy trends where they're dancing with an ankh belt. That's like the extent of goths these days. The eloquent, intelligent, literary goths dancing. It's about as far as it goes these days. Because if you open your mouth, you get cancelled. You say something that's against the party, wrong think, that's it, it's over. You see, the second you share an opinion, especially if you're a man, the second you're a man and you have an opinion within the goth subculture, big mistake. And then they have the nerve, or actually no, they have the process of then gaslighting us into saying, it's not run by women. No, it's not.
Effectively. You could extrapolate this out into anything. This is effectively the macrocosm and the microcosm of exactly what was happening with my debate. There are 2 places for me to exchange.
People just don't like you, that's all. Then explain literally everything we've observed over the last couple of years that I've been pointing it out. Explain all that, I guess. Comment section down below if you explain how it's not run by women. In fact, leave a comment down below how the goth subculture is not run by women without then giving men all the credit for maintaining and supporting and contributing to the goth subculture in its entirety. Okay? See if you can do that. Which one is it, ladies? Oh, a lot of goth bands were straight white British men. Don't ever let them forget that, boys. Don't ever let them forget that. This shared pool of toxic leftist followers, because most of them are leftist, works pretty great as a weapon to deplatform those that don't maintain the best interests of the party. Once you start coming out here being all like, hey, actually I think goth is about the music and aesthetic and was most likely not about 2020's West Coast American leftist politics, they're going to get nasty. So here's what you do, and it's going to hurt. Okay? If you're already an influencer who's never said a word, who has based ideologies, and you're thinking of, hey, I'm thinking about going public with my coolness, with my white laces. If you're a new influencer, if you haven't done anything yet, then this is a fantastic way to start. Either way, this can apply to both, okay? All 3 cameras. Rip the damn Band-Aid off. There's no way you can really edge your way into this without getting them all hot and bothered to fight for love and equality by doxing and harassing and bullying you. Because they're so loving and inclusive and tolerant, so tolerant. You have to remember, they're super tolerant, okay? But they will do these things. They will do this stuff. State what you believe in and flush them out of your following, which is exactly what I'm doing. I'm not holding back. I'm being edgy. I'm being funny. I'm being controversial. I'm being theatrical. Antagonistic. You see, I'm doing everything I can to make sure that I flush my followers of all of these ideologues. These sanctimonious, self-righteous retards. Get them out. Get them out of here. I don't want you here. If you're a leftist and you want to hang out and you want to see what I have to say, great. Great. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. The open-mindedness is what I live for. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. However, if you're lingering around just to make sure I don't say another no-no word, oh, I agree with all that stuff, but if he says one thing about this, ooh, you need to leave immediately, okay? I don't care about my follower count going down. That has absolutely no relevance at all to my influence. It really doesn't. It really does not. Okay? If you're still here and you're like, oh, maybe he's like joking and stuff. Maybe it's, you know, maybe just one more hate video and then I'll unfollow. Make no mistake, mass exodus, leave, seriously. It does not bother me, okay? I know people are gonna talk about me either way. You're gonna hear about me whether you're subscribed to me or not, I don't care. I'm here to make sure that I am cultivating a based audience, a based follower count. The followers I do have are the ones that I want, okay? I flipped it around. You don't follow me because you want to. I want you to follow me because I want a very specific type of person to be following me, okay? These are the people I'm trying to find. I'm trying to make sure that my audience is as based as possible, that understands that a lot of things I say are just intentionally antagonistic, intentionally edgy and funny, but I also make a lot of really good points in between all the funny stuff that's worth laughing about. State what you believe in and flush them out of your following. We are doing a reshuffling here, folks. We're doing a reshuffling. I am trying to rebuild my entire follower base of people who actually support me, that want to see me succeed, that are immune to cancel culture mobs. So if you are a content creator out there who has their own following at the moment, you have to rip the Band-Aid off. Come out today with your ideologies, what you believe in, what you feel, what you want to talk about, what you want to joke about, and just deal with the exodus, okay? Just deal with it. It's temporary. These are just numbers, folks, okay? They're just numbers. They go up and they go down. The only thing that really matters is influence. Follower count, blah, 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 blah. These things change, they fluctuate. Hell, even the platforms themselves can start deleting old accounts and your number goes down. You do not and should not tie the value of yourself as a creator to the number that you see as your following.
I mean, that's just good advice. That doesn't necessarily mean the alt-right are in tune with something deeper that allows them to be connected to it, to make them say that people like the Groyper movement thus deserve to have advice given to them. Advice given unto them and given away from them that only you can access from them and nobody else. Because unless somebody has a clip of this particular guy, like, committing 1488, this is just somebody who comes from an alternative subculture who effectively has grabbed the internet's attention because of his makeup and his points, thus incorporating it into giving him access to what otherwise would have been outside of his reach because of the attention economy.
It's all about the influence here. But the amount of places you pop up, regardless of how many followers you have. So you just need to come out and say this. You just need to come out and just be like, hey, you, I guess, right? Just whatever it is. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Anything that's contrary to leftist ideology, you just come out and say it. And just deal with it. You see, they get their effectiveness from two different places. Cancel culture, that is, the effectiveness. And those who participate in it. They get it from two different places when they come after you. One is that you're afraid of them and are desperate to apologize, which doesn't work, by the way. Rule 1, never apologize to them, ever. You will find I never apologized. Not once. Never apologize. Rule 1, do not apologize. You stand on business and you say, "F you, woke mob." I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry about f***ing anything I've done since 2020. Not sorry. You're never gonna get an apology, okay? They know this, though. This is General Jake lore. They know this information. And the other place they get their power from is that they use this shared pool of followers to generate a mass exodus from your account, which they deem a victory, okay? When you're being canceled, they take the followers from you. And then they see that as a win. We win. Her numbers are going down.
It's a little bit more than just they're taking your views. The goal is, the cancel culture, is that you're not just punishing them with this person has bad morals, this person is a bad creator, this person is somebody who will turn his audience, her audience, for money, for clout, for access, for virality, for reach, for opportunity, especially if they're a social climber. But it's basically the Patrick meme. We're gonna take your followers and we're gonna push them somewhere else. Because they're gonna take them from you and give them to someone who deserves them. Kingsman. We're going to take views from Cece. We're going to take views from Zaza. We're going to take views from that other fucker. And any of the people who were associated with that drama trying to fuck over Kingsman. And we're going to give the clout to Kingsman. Here's a social antagonist. You have victimized somebody unfairly in the avenue upon which you were supposed to be trusted to deserve and earn clout, reach, opportunity, fame. And now, as a consequence, to pay back as restitutions for your... No, I'm leaving because I want to be about Jadon. Doom, 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 doom. I doubt I was fast enough to reconnect before the X post died, but let's find out.
They use this...
We're back alive, bros. Nope, I was not fast enough. Cabo. That's not coming back up. I'm too lazy. What was the last thing I was saying before my internet decided to shit itself because the entire power line shut itself under a cold snap? The vehicle of cancel culture operates as a lever that extracts social currency value out of the people who are being antagonized by the mob as a tool of vengeance and restitution to the supposed victimized group. Usually in the formation of the group that decided that you are the harasser, extracting value out of you and ensuring that you have been punished by you losing all the things that would get you monetary, group time, opportunity, and attention. So, using someone like Pirate Software and Stop Killing Games, as well as Kingsman, as well as social groups antagonizing content creators, public figures, individuals, influencers, organizations that work with those influencers, and what have you. A group targets you for antagonization. They have deemed you of low moral character and quality, and therefore you are undeserving of rights. Hell, let's put it into context of the content that came from the Gaming Mum. The Gaming Mum, despite being basically an e-whore online for money, not my words, her words, a lewd tuber, doesn't like when people get disgusting and vulgar about the body. Completely warranted, completely legal. Just because you happen to be a stripper or an escort doesn't mean you like being physically beaten and roughed up unless you've communicated that with the customer, and thus you have negotiated contracts and terms. However, her choice of vengeance is that if you live in the UK, she will ensure you go to jail. Because how dare you say those nasty, nasty words. So on one hand, don't tap the glass, but on the other hand, if you tap the glass, I'm going to antagonize you and victimize you because I've decided you deserve it. Truly a one-sided mechanism, because the power is in the hand of the person who decides to weaponize the power. In the case of Kingsman, this is usually how it works in the hands of people doing it for an actual just cause. Because at that point, it's not stringent social culture defining and redefining and upholding a purity spiral and a dogma. It is instead the actual course and recourse of society, polite society, operating the way that it would for people who would abuse the idea and thus the paradox of intolerance. Because there's also the counterposed paradox of intolerance. If you say that it's your job to resist those that would undo the means of tolerance, you are creating a subterfuge culture of tolerance where you are creating the bullies that then decide who deserves to be in society, who doesn't, which creates a lever of power that permanently punishes people based on their own intrinsic view without actually understanding the people which they're attacking. Which, if I can pull that up, because hopefully I can be able to find both versions of this chart. Yes, here we go. So we have the true paradox. And then the one that's often quoted by retards. Still rendering. There it is. So, the versions in which I'm talking about is this. You have the supposed vision of what intolerance is supposed to be from those that would quote it, and quote it poorly. The paradox of intolerance is that you must be able to antagonize people. Society shouldn't tolerate those that are intolerant, because you will have people who will then decide that they are going to antagonize you based on what they decide is axiomatic for their particular viewpoints, as well as their religion, their ideals, and their dogma. Therefore, the Nazis and horrible people, like militant Islamists, require you that to defend tolerance, you must be not tolerant to the intolerant, who would dismantle the rules of society. But instead, what ends up happening is the actual reality of the problem. which is this. If you think that's what Karl Poplar actually said, it is not. Society, via all the institutions, as well as society, its physical self, with people interacting amongst each other, have a right to prohibit those that are intolerant, because unlimited tolerance will lead to the disappearance of tolerance. Therefore, what grounds do you have to suppress the intolerant? When they are not prepared to meet on the level of rational argument, they forbid their followers to listen to rational argument, and teach them to answer arguments by the use of their fists or pistols. Thus, the argument of intolerably intolerance being force and violence. If you misconstrue the paradox at your peril, you get to the point that to the extent that a group could declare another group intolerant, allows them to just be able to limit somebody else's ideas, speech, and freedoms, which is the exact purpose of the struggle session and the exact purpose of the mob. Utilizing, quote, democracy, also known as mob rule, to socially strangle a person utilizing the tools of cancel culture, which is to say persecution, which is to say antagonism, which is to say harassment and bullying, which is to say life ruination. You take value from me because you've decided I don't deserve to have it. You take my house, you take my family, you take my access to my kids, you take my access to society. You make me into a stumblebum because you decided I'm not a good person, therefore I don't deserve to have money. I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to breathe. I don't deserve to consume. Any and everything that I could have had access to, that you decided deserves to be taken from me, you take from me not because I've done anything wrong, but because you disagree with me. And you find some other thing that can be used as the lever upon which to make the necessary argument that it's justified to do so. Because you decided. Not proven, not argued, decided. Which leads to the social lever that creates the antagonism, that creates the problem, that creates the view, that creates the payout, and the buy-in for further investment into the problem as a whole.
Let me see. Where should I be gathering my data this time?
That viewpoint can only exist to limit. It cannot exist to enlighten. Because if it wanted to enlighten people, it wouldn't need to destroy.
Did I break the fastest promotion on record?
Because it's inherently destructive.
I actually skipped a few years in Tianjin Hall. Surprised? I was always the top of my class.
But unfortunately, the access of levers of this power do not operate the same way. They never have. They have never operated in this fashion, where a person is able to understand why they're being punished. It is just decided by fiat. You have wronged us, therefore we shall exact blood from you. A blood cost, a blood total. Thus creating the social game upon which most people are being punished. Nobody can ever explain what you did. They might not even care what you did. Victory and justice must be done. Therefore, it's going to be done to you. And you're going to sit and take it. Because resistance not only is futile, but resistance will be seen as proof that you deserve the consequence. Because if you were innocent, you wouldn't fight. But they're already trying to take something from you that they claim you no longer deserve to have, because they decided that you're not belonging to the group that deserves to have it. All of that is as simple as you have something they want. In order to guise themselves as just, they have labeled you as a villain. And they will take it from you by force and convince as many people that it deserves to happen. And unless you have the tools in which to defend yourself, it's going to happen. Because too many people are going to just take people's word for it, because people wouldn't lie, except that they would. Whether or not cancellation works depends on how you handle it. If you don't handle cancellation well, it will in fact work on you. Not because you weren't vigilant enough, but because the particular pattern in which you went to defend yourself wasn't quite their tempo or their pace.
I hear originally I'm singing.
It comes down to whether or not they respect how you choose to defend yourself. In the case example of recent cancellation attempts and successes against people on the left wing, the right wing, the dead center, apolitical, and what have you, Pirate Software gets canceled, ruined, because he was a socialite bully. He utilized politics, and utilized tactics, and utilized antagonism to label himself a good person. Therefore, he couldn't be held accountable like other people could be held accountable. In the case example of Zaza and CC and all those other people who were against Kingsman, they were canceled because they actively did that shit. They attempted to use the exact playbook of how to run a struggle session, including deceiving and mischievous and underhanded tactics to go to the team admin to boot him for reasons that were not a part of the problem, because they did not intend on telling them the truth. They told them a version of information that would have led to him being removed. It was only because he then came back with information, with details, with evidence, and more importantly, receipts of reality to demonstrate for all those witnessing it that they were in fact in on trying to antagonize him. Therefore, the cancellation attempt reversed itself. No longer were they extracting value from Kingsman. Kingsman was extracting value from them. But not because he wanted to seek the value. It was because the glory was taken from those women and was festooned, piled on, offered, proffered, and rewarded to Kingsman. You're the victim here, not them. This is not yours. We're giving it to you now. You deserve it. As is usually the case of how people become popular in this way. Because it's a story to pay attention to. It's drama that's happening. Yet again. Back to this shit. Again. At this rate, I'm not even going to reopen my fucking video game. Just in expectation of something else happens again, because I bet that it will. Storm up pages, please. And the sucky part is I have to summarize. Again. Why does Carl spend so much time talking? Because I have to fucking repeat myself to the point where even nature's interrupting me. So. Just to recap. Antagonizing somebody for cancel culture, utilizing a bullshit philosophy of the paradox of tolerance, means that you can allow someone to antagonize a group that then gets victimized by said group, because the person in question is a dishonest fuck. And that this true paradox of tolerance does not reflect the real reality of the original paradox as it's presented by those who like to say, but I should bash the fash and beat the Nazis. Or any other example. The example they use in this picture is Islam, despite the fact that feminism is 100% congruent with Islam. They use these groups, they use these examples as a lever upon which to attack the people that they don't like and extract value from them. Where the only tool to revenge this is for the tool against them to be utilized in the opposite direction. Any example of any person who's been victimized and antagonized by the dogmatic groups that belong to current year shit. Those people are the case example. The only comparison difference between cancel culture and persecution is the evidentiary source of revenge. That's it. That's the only connecting tissue. If you're doing it for revenge for either yourself or on behalf of somebody else. Let's finish this video before I fucking lose my goddamn mind because the internet keeps dying on me because of this fucking cold snap.
But fucking anything I've done since 2020, not sorry. You're never gonna get an apology, okay? They know this though. This is General Jake Lore. They know this information. And the other place they get their power from is that they use this shared pool of followers to generate a mass exodus from your account, which they deem a victory, okay? When you're being canceled, they take the followers from you, and then they see that as a win. We win. Her numbers are going down. We win. They will often...
It's a tool of social status. It's a power game. Usually led by the women because social status is their job and social proof is also their utility in society. It's not the only utility, but it's one of the biggest utilities. The whisper networks. People going around and telling you whether or not you have the right to say and do anything. Antagonizing you. Telling you that you're wrong. Telling you that you didn't do enough research. You need to educate yourself. The pull and the tool is to exact a value from you. And then reinforce the narrative so that other people believe their story versus yours. Because it's he said, she said. We have all these people who are angry. We're not angry about nothing.
Often try to invigorate followers that they share to then leave another account. They do this. I've seen it happen multiple times. They will recruit. They will activate their following to go after another creator in terms of like leaving and then having a nice nasty DM. This is not pleasant. It goes away eventually. They do stop. They do stop eventually. They get bored. First of all, and I can't stress this enough, to never apologize ever. Never try to negotiate or reason with them or try to make a heartfelt apology or whatever. Do not do it. They're bullies, and they want to hear you say uncle. So don't give them the satisfaction, because you will never hear the end of it. They will never accept it. And now they know they have full control over you. Do you really want these fucking psychopaths knowing they've got control and power over you? Do you? You don't. You don't. You don't. So don't give it to them. It is yours to give. So don't give it to them. Secondly, never ever show them that they're getting to you. Now, this is one of the rules I actually gave to Brian Graupner when I was on Space Couch. This is also another rule that I gave when I was talking to Phil over on Culture War for Timcast. Why was I there? Because my career's in a downfall. I was explaining one of my biggest rules for dealing with the leftist mob within the alternative subculture is to never let them see you bleed. It's a James Bond quote. I believe Q gives it to James Bond. Never let them see you bleed. Okay? Which means never post anything that's like, this shit's really hard at the moment, guys. Oh, had to take a few days off, it's just too much. Oh, I'm really not in a good place at the moment, fellas. Here's a video just to say how I've been feeling. Mistake. Do you remember that guy from
Yes,
Scrubs?
Avalon.
Mistake. Don't ever do that. That's what they want. See, what you're doing is you're still on that thing where, oh, if they feel sorry for me, they'll back off. You're not on their team anymore. You're not there. You're not part of them anymore. That sympathy that you wanted for you know, because they want them to feel sorry for you, that's gone. No one feels sorry for you anymore. So don't even feel sorry for your self, okay? Suck it up. You're in the middle of being canceled. Do you know what you can do when your phone's blown up with abuse? And I haven't seen anyone do this yet.
Turn it off.
You're being canceled, right? Oh, your phone's going absolutely ape shit. Every time you open your phone, there's more shit there. Oh my God. Oh my God, what do I do? Oh. Ah! Oh my God, it's so quiet. The birds are singing. The trees are swaying. The grass is growing. Oh my goodness, wow, this is so great. And you bring your phone to your face after maybe a couple of hours of like playing video games or masturbating or something, right? Something that gives you some endorphins or serotonin or oxytocin or oxycontin, I don't know. But you just bring out your phone. You go outside. And you're like, best day ever. Best day. Favorite restaurant, favorite wine, favorite movie. But we're screaming at him. Why isn't he responding? We're screaming. I don't understand. We're throwing all of the abuse at him. Rick, we're throwing all our abuse and it's not working, Rick. And we're talking about them on Reddit. Why is he not responding? I don't understand. Getting ice cream with my boo. Never let them see you bleed. No vague posting, no subtweeting, no, I can't deal with the abuse anymore, guys, on YouTube. None of this, okay? Get that out of your head. Do not try to appeal to their empathy or their humanity. They have none. So don't even try. You've already left the group, the party.
It's more like they've removed you from the group and the party. Because realistically, the vague posting will be seen as weakness no matter what you do, even if you're not talking directly to them. Even if you're tweeting about something else, people will take you not giving them attention as proof of you trying to ignore them. So, definitely make use of muting and blocking. Actively. Don't see it as if I block this person, they're winning. Just remove them from your site. Completely remove them from your sight line. I wonder, when's the next cold snap gonna come through that's gonna cut my shit off? We've had 3 of them so far.
You can't get back in. So stop trying to appeal to their empathy. They have none. It's not there. So don't even try. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. It gets worse the very moment they know they're hurting you. It's not very love and tolerance coded, is it? But that's for them to figure out at some point.
They really don't. The way that it usually works is it works as blood in the water, as a focusing rod. Lightning rod would be the proper term in terms of media matters. A hornet's nest activates the lightning rod, thus focusing more attention, more abuse, more focus that allows them to antagonize you further, which allows them to victimize you further, because you don't actually have the ability to fight back anymore. Because by giving them a N, you have opened yourself up to more abuse, because now they can go harder and faster by just saying, we deserve to do this because you agree you deserve it.
They all do eventually. This is progressivism. Everyone has their limits. Everyone has their boundaries. Everyone has something that they are not going to agree with. This is progressivism. This is progression, right? The goalposts are always moving. They're always moving, right? They have to find what's the new thing that the leftists are going to bring up that's like you have to support it. Are you committed? Are you going to make sure that the next war with East Asia or Eurasia, are you going to be on board with that? Because if you're not, you need to follow these steps, actually. Everyone has a stop on the leftist bus, and everybody gets off at some point. Okay? Everyone has their limits. It is going to progress and become more and more extreme and more radicalized, and you're going to get off at some point. You are. There's leftists that are watching clips of this video who are reading thread hate messages about this video. And they're like, yeah, Jake Woodrow, what a oh, he's the worst. And then a year from now, something really insane starts to pop up as a trend within leftism, and then they get off the train and they're like, oh, Jake was right, shit. He was right. And all these people I've been friends with for years are now the worst monsters I've ever met in my life, and they want me dead. They have no humanity. Stop addressing them entirely when you talk. This is a mistake I still happen to make occasionally. I may have even made it in this video. Sometimes I do feel like I'm talking to a leftist. Sometimes. And it's only because I had a leftist audience for so long, and I liked to berate them while I had them. That's literally it. That's the extent of that. But stop addressing them entirely. Instead, do what I've started doing, which is talk to your intended audience. Talk to the person you wish you want to be behind the lens. Talk to that guy. Talk to that person. Don't talk to the left. Don't talk down to them. Don't berate them. Don't look in this lens and be like, you are gay. And they know this. They know they're gay. Instead, do what I have started to do. Even actively, I've been actively doing. Do you know what? I have been mindful of this, and I've had to force myself to stop doing it. I am now talking to my new audience of based individuals, because now I know you're there. But the mistake I made, or the lesson I learned, I should say, is talk to your intended audience. Don't become hateful and you idiots, and his, well, you are going to be preaching to the choir, okay? So talk as such. Talk as such. They're out there. Hell, GACC, Goths Against Cancel Culture, the Facebook group, has over 20,000 members now. Congrats over there. Congratulations. Seriously, well done. These people were not there when I started, okay? When I started this whole right-wing grift, they were not there. I was alone, okay? I was out here being based, pointing out the hypocrisy of the left. The abundant hypocrisy of the left, isn't that right? Liberal hive mind, shout out, my dude. I was out here on my own. And it was fine. Actually, I had no problems with it whatsoever. I made a video, I said what I wanted to say, I uploaded the video. Now, however, you have the benefit, you have the privilege of something like my Discord, my audience. Like Goths Against Cancel Culture, the massive 20,000 strong Facebook group, to support you now. You are not alone. The isolation is potentially the worst part of becoming based and alternative. That was probably the worst part, is the isolation, being alone. No one to talk to about this kind of stuff. No DMs about like, I think the same thing.
That's probably the hardest part. The hardest part of any particular kind of persecution is when you are alone in the persecution. When you only see it yourself in general. I mean, those people can comment on his video and say he looks like a freak, but he's right because he's a part of Goth. Attention economy. Attention economy, Apple. Attention economy. There are people that want to point at the guy who looks weird, but say, you know what? You seem like you're a lunatic, but you're 100% correct. Therefore, I'm behind you now. Because, like, his makeup is peacocking. It's a tool for attention.
Now you've got Goths Against Cancel Culture. Immerse yourself in these groups. In my comment section. In my Discord of 2,000 plus. In Goths Against Cancel Culture of 20,000 plus. Immerse yourselves in these communities.
You're not necessarily right if you're just going to be right and alone. You don't need to be in a social group. But if you can be in a social group, it's important for you to have people who are going to be in your back and your corner. You find it really entertaining. The reaction is to be as rude as possible while agreeing with him. I wouldn't say that it's male-coded. I'd say that's female-coded. Men would have just said he's right, and they wouldn't have cared about any of his affectations about his appearance. They maybe have turned an eyebrow up to it, but they would have been like, oh, this is just how he is? Cool. Based. Because that's just what niggas do. The people who are going to look at his appearance, and they're going to listen to the words being said, but not the points being made, that's usually female-coded. Specifically, not just because woman-coded, but specifically immature adult-coded. Utilizing his own argument from his last video about the sneaky fucks that are going to use manipulative social contracts to get access to women by being blue-pilled men that are going to just simply be a footstool for those women so that they may be able to gain access by just agreeing with what they want. Those people aren't really people. However, back to the first thing. You can be right and be alone. It's more important for you to have a headstrong view, especially if you know you've done nothing wrong, than for you to agree passively and allow yourself to be victimized. Because eventually you're going to find like-minded people. That should be the goal of any particular group, to find like-minded people. This was the point of what we were making on the second PIP. This is what I meant when I said it is the job of the group to come in defense of the people who have these viewpoints and leadership skills to legitimize the points that they're making. That's the social proof. If you have to be right and alone, then deal with being right and alone. Because at least then, assuming that you're dating someone and or married to someone, your partner supports you. Your family supports you. If you're just out here by yourself alone, maybe it's important that you do that so that you don't get victimized and pushed around in a group. But it also comes at the cost of the fact that you're not a part of a group already. So your social power is lower than if you had been in a group collectively. In terms of you were left-wing, you left the hovel, now you're on your own, finding your people, finding a new tribe, finding a new group, building a new group, whether you're a member or you're a leader or you're an officer of it, and figuring out how to navigate that. If you have to be alone, then be alone. Fuck them. If you have to be alone, then be alone. It's actually one of the best lessons that I've adapted myself. You can't be friends with everybody, and you won't always remain friends with everybody. Some people can't handle it. They can't handle the pressure. They can't handle the responsibility. They don't want to be open to the responsibility that comes with communication and talking. The picking and the choosing. The selective involvement. The monitoring spirits. Etc. 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 You don't need to have social constraints holding you to a group that you effectively have no affiliation and affinity with. And you're only there because of the things that it benefits you. That's actually weakness. You're mostly strong when you're with people who you know are going to support you through thick and thin, even when you have disagreements. Abdication of that responsibility is proof that they don't want to be around you. Now, whether or not they leave on humble and nice terms, or they choose to victimize you when you do this, like being a left-winger, you leave the left wing, you're no longer a part of the purity stack, they decide that they can antagonize you and use life ruination to destroy your life. You don't have to keep yourself tied to those people, just because there are some people that are understanding. Those people will eventually leave of their own accord, or they will come with you because they say, fuck all y'all, that's my nigga. It's as simple as that.
Get off of Reddit. Get off of Reddit. And immerse yourself in these new supportive communities that are far more open-minded, understanding, inclusive, more inclusive, and find a stable support system within them. Find a support system within these groups. Find like-minded individuals Not an echo chamber, but people who understand where you're coming from. People.
And we'll debate you about it. And we'll talk to you about it. And we'll philosophize with you about it. And we'll attempt to educate you on things that you otherwise not would have thought about or would not have known.
People are open-minded, tolerant, like yourself, of other opinions, and learn from other people's perspectives. Use this as an influencer then. But immerse yourself in these groups. This is another step. This is another rule, okay? This is another thing that you can do. There are goths and alternative people out there with a brain and critical thought that will think you're base and cool and not a hateful bigot. Because you will think that at some point. You will think, holy shit, it's just me. It's never just you, okay? I figured out that there were more people out there whenever I asked for my right-wing followers, my conservative followers, to send me DMs based on what it was like to be gothic or alternative and also conservative. And I got tons of DMs, man. I got tons of DMs. I got hundreds a day. They're out there, and only now, because of people like myself, because of people like Brian, because of Facebook groups like GACC, they are being unified. I feel like I'm a bit of a voice, actually, for these people. I feel like I speak for them, maybe, perhaps, some of them, right? I'm mainly just speaking for myself. Any allegiance to me is circumstantial. It's appreciated. It's appreciated.
That's very true, Avalon. If they can get you to doubt your own viewpoints and doubt your own goodness, that's how they transform you from Alexander into Xanderhall. Once you achieve true fuck it, nothing else matters. That's why I make sure you guys actually talk to one another. That's why I have built up tradition where you all hang out and talk, and you have the ability to talk without going at each other. And you guys don't. Of those that have been here for like over a year and a half, that's not what happens. We joke, we clown, we hang out, we play, we game, we socialize, we watch films, we yap at length. We have the ability to meet other people. Building up affinity, etc., etc.
It's circumstantial. I'm speaking for me, okay? I don't speak for anybody else, I speak for me. If I happen to speak for you, circumstantial. But great. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Don't be afraid of these phrases that have been fabricated by these shit for brains. Words like bigot and racist and phobic and Nazi and blah, blah, blah. Don't be afraid of these words. These are all straw man fallacies that they implement to purposefully misinterpret your views to justify their rabid hatred. Remember, they have to be the good guys. They have to be the good guys, okay? That's integral to their entire thing. They have to make sure, right side of history, we're the good guys. We're fighting fascism, against Nazis, We're against Jake Monroe. I'm now a virtue signal. I'm a virtue signal now. We have to be against all this kind of stuff. We are the good guys. So no matter how valid and reasonable your responses are, they will ignore it entirely to paint you the correct way to validate their hatred. Shed your fear of these words. Because for the most part, these words are being used against you incorrectly. Because you're not a Nazi. I'm not a Nazi. I like England. I'm pro-England. I'm an English patriot. I'm not really like, Germany #1. I don't really have much stake in Germany, to be honest. I'm an English boy. Good old English fella. From Gloucestershire. But they will use these words in order to paralyze you in fear. Work harder than they do. They're lazy, ugly okay? You can easily outwork them. Post often, post in multiple places, and show absolutely no hesitation or explanation for how you feel or what you believe. Show no hesitation whatsoever. I think, look, and this is just my opinion, and it's okay if you disagree, but look, I just want to say that maybe in some circumstances, say it. Say the thing with your full chest. I don't think that you should be using leftism as a qualifier for enjoying and being part of a subculture. You do not get to control things based on your personal political ideology that was indoctrinated into you. Did you see Nick Fuentes recently with Piers Morgan? Piers did that typical usual bullshit, that guilt-trippy shit that ugly, stupid bitch tried to do to Sydney Sweeney. It's not okay to for white people to make jokes about supremacy. She wasn't hard. Anyway, Piers Morgan tried to do the usual shit. It's like, here's you saying some crazy, awful shit, and then plays a viral-based Nick Fuentes clip, and then it.
Well, that settles what he thinks about Nick Fuentes. Remember, broken clocks can be right twice a day.
Cuts back to the studio and Pierce is like, and you believe that, do you? And Nick just stared and was like, yes. I meant it. 100%. I meant every word. You said in your recent video that, this and that, would you like to talk about that? Yeah, it was based as and I'll say it again in case you missed it the first time, you fat. Me, dude. I'm gonna give you an opportunity to take back what you said about this particular type of... Shut the up. I will say it again. I meant what I meant, I said what I said, and I'll say it again. Stand by the things you say. Have conviction. No hesitation, no preamble. Boom. Drop the opinion, move on to the next one. But these are...
I mean, here's the consequence that comes with that. If you're just saying shit to get a reaction, we all know that Nicky the Knife will change his opinions based on the avenue and the place he's going. This is exactly what he did with the difference between Piers Morgan and Tucker Carlson. I know he's lying. He doesn't care about conservatives. He does not care about religion. He does not care about people who could be lulled in to his particular gory perfection. He cares about amassing power and getting access to that power. It is in our purview to stop him from having said power, because we know that he's lying. Just like I can do research against my opponent that I'm going to be on a debate with, just as Anakin Sparian did against Pearl Davis, I can know your real opinions, and I can attest them to you on a stage with people who have a functioning brain cell, and with people who are not focused on trying to get a soundbite and allow the conversation to develop naturally instead of constricting it for super chat donos. It means that you have the ability to discuss shit in such a way where eventually you're just going to have to actually assess a point, and you're not going to be able to fall on your audience covering for you. Because no matter how much they fucking heckle, they're not going to save you from the moderator saying, so explain that. Break down your ideology. Bring it all the way to its conclusion. Its natural, logical conclusion. And then explain why that's something that we should do. Explain to me why everything must be Zionism. Or for the left wing, explain why Zionism good when blaming mercantilism, but when it comes to your ideology having trickled down third, fourth, fifth, as well as first, second, and third order magnitude consequences from your first order biases, where you ignore why something has gone bad, and you just say something has gone bad. Don't use utilitarian standards and Bosch's logic. Tell me in your own words why it's good. Yes, Fuentes is indeed trying to move the Overton window while accumulating power like a narcissistic psychopath. And he's succeeding because they are basically intellectually lazy, which is exactly my point. Correct. Don't let people who are intellectually lazy be able to avoid actually having to discuss something deeper than the surface level. If somebody has an attention span that's only 30 seconds fucking long, and they refuse to take up intellectual space and conversational space, do not let them absolve themselves of the responsibility. Tell them shut the fuck up and get the fuck out the way. If they decide they don't want to have the conversation, demonstrate that this is the reason why it keeps happening. Because you won't have the conversation. You won't have the debate. Especially if they then decide when it'll happen, rather than running the fade where you find it. You notice I never back down from a fade. Never. Why would I? On one hand, I should take as many as possible. Because reach, because clout, because opportunity, because virality, because attention. But I'll never run from a fade. Not an intellectual fade, not a debate, not a conversation, not nothing. The only time that I will deny somebody something is when I know what they want is attention. I'm at the point right now where I'm small enough that it doesn't amount to anything. It can't get the kind of attention, say, a relevant would want out of Asmongold off me, because I'm a smaller channel. It only benefits me. That's why leftists pick and choose bigger targets, because they're size queens. But I'll run the fade, or I'll have the conversation with anyone. Because I have convictions in my ideals.
Some very effective ways. In my experience, the most effective ways to navigate being based as hell in a time where no one's based. In fact, no, that's not true. Baseness is sort of on the rise at the moment. It's on the rise at the moment. It's shooting up there. It's back, baby. It's being based and funny and edgy and telling jokes and stuff. It's on the rise. It is. It's coming back. However, not a trend that's happening within alternative subcultures, at least not until I started. Not until I started doing it. I'm the first one. I will always have that privilege. I will always have that privilege. I was number one. I did it first. It's not really that important to me. What's important to me is the fact that we completely and utterly detangle this nasty web of shit that has been spunked out of the leftist agendas all over alternative subcultures. It's ours, and you have to be leftist. It's ours. F yourself. No, it's not. Says who? Says you? Sounds like it benefits you. Diversity is our strength, not mine. It's not my strength. Whose strength is it? Whose strength is it? Diversity is our strength. Whose? It's evidently not mine.
The answer is the mob's. Diversity is the strength of the mob. It's like being the speaker of the dead. All these voices collectively working together, resounding in unison. But unified as a collective whole that can be culturally, politically, or militaristically unified for a particular outcome. Basically, with the trumpet and the sounding of a marching band. One voice, one sound. Diversity is strength when you have options and opinions. Obviously, diversity of opinion, along with diversity of ethno-religious status and origin, means you have people of all different walks of life that are able to unify themselves around a simple concept. Socially, we'd like to recognize that as something as simple as, I would like to live in a culture. And then you evolve from that into, I'd like to live in a culture that blanks. Example, I'd like to live in a culture where I can have a future for my own children. No 1488 required. I'd like the world to be safe for my family. I'd like the world to be safe for somebody else's family. I can do that without having to spawn children, so that suddenly, I gain the empathy and the sympathy to realize other people have children too. It shouldn't take spawning. It shouldn't take being aggrandized power bequeathed to me from a social mob that I'm leading as a general, for me to be able to see that people deserve to have rights, and they deserve to have freedoms, and they deserve to have spaces. They deserve to have a voice. And only when that person has abdicated responsibility of their voice would I have the authority, and only after other people agree with me, to subsume that opinion from someone else and castigate them out of society, whether I'm a member of that same group or a leader of it. Because that's the difference of the point and the exemplification being made by discussion with those that are in the in-group and those that are part of the out-group. Because it's shibboleth. They must think as I think and agree as I agree, but there is a limitation upon where that goes. Where we can have our differences, bygones can be bygones. Where bygones cannot be bygones, I must decide whether or not I can stay here because it's conducive to my worldview, or if they should stay here or be allowed to stay here because we and the group could consider them and their antics a threat. This is where you then have all of the problems that come with that kind of worldview. Because effectively, and you already said the word I was about to say, is it's the difference between agreeableness and disagreeableness. Disagreeableness and agreeableness is the lever upon which we decide a person deserves to belong. It is the same lever upon which we decide if we can be with or around a certain person. It's even the social lattice that we use for relationships and marriage. How agreeable and disagreeable you are with your particular partner, whether you choose to have children with them or not, dictates the actual function of your relationship. And all the other interpersonal matrices of that group. It can be a tool sometimes to be disagreeable, because then you're not so easy to manipulate.
Sounds like the only people that benefit from this kind of inclusive, diverse bullshit is f***ing everyone else who doesn't deserve it. They benefit. The people that do deserve it, we do not benefit. We do not. Who is diversity for? Who gets the strength from this diversity? Literally everybody else. Except for the ones who deserve it. Except for the ones who made it. Except for the ones who are responsible for maintaining it. It's everybody else. It's everybody else's strength. Anyway, if you have any further questions about how you can fight the woke leftist mob, feel free to reach out. I would love to see in 2026, I would love to see more based, unapologetic, fearless individuals like myself coming out and just doing this. It's awfully lonely here at the top. No, it's not. It's great. I love being alone. I hate other people. But it would be great to have like a shared space with other content creators that are going out there and saying cool stuff. I mean, here on YouTube, you know, you can say stuff on Threads and you can go on Reddit and be like, fuck you, but like, I need people to like get in front of a camera and like make videos and really like try and build an influence.
What he's talking about is being rhetorically effective. Building a repertoire of content where you can recognize a person and who is speaking and being spoken to.
I'll help you out. I'll help you out. I'll help with that. I will. I will. But right now, I'm just happy that we have Goths Against Cancel Culture. Super happy about that. And again, just now hitting 20,000, and they've only been going for a couple months. You don't think that there's a based demographic of Goths out there? You don't think that there are? There are. Anyway, my name is Jake Monroe. But every leftist bitch on the internet knows that. And they're right. I'll catch you next time. Okay, bye.
So, in totality, he agrees with and wants to utilize the momentum behind Fuentes to his own movement, at least rhetorically speaking, and is effectively pulling the same gambit as him, but probably maybe from a position of, I don't know, more congruency. As an overall political diagram, he's not as fucking crazy as Fuentes, but he sees truth in the arguments he's making. But he presents his points in a way that isn't Fuentes-like. So there's that. And we made it through without another fucking cold snap, but don't think it's not going to happen again. Because of the cold snaps, I'm probably just going to not do the thing that I intended to do tonight, which was I was going to start doing reactions. Start recording my opinions and reactions to the content on camera for television shows and movies that I was going to start reviewing. Because with the cold snap happening 3 times, knocking my power out, and now this cough is setting in again, because now I'm all out of pills, I would rather not put myself at a detriment and risk, because I just don't see the point. Because my power might get knocked out again, and then it'll fuck with the recording, it'll fuck with the edit, it'll corrupt the files, all that shit. I might as well just try another time. And boy, is this VOD going to be so fucked up, but it is what it is. However, I will attempt, keyword is attempt, to broadcast Yappin' tomorrow. And see if the weather changes there. So until then, you can catch me wherever the hell you catch me. Ping me in the server if there's something that needs to be done. Post videos for my attention. Algorithmically promotional things, etc., etc. Spread the gospel. Bring people into the HOA. And I will see you all again tomorrow and Monday. Alright. Goodbye, chat. I'm leaving you. It's time for me to turn into a pumpkin.